Order à l'ordre. The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning. Bonjour. Okay, so we have a new witness, I expect, this morning. Who's on for the commission?
Morning, Mr. Commissioner. Jean-Simon Schoenholz, Commission Counsel. Our witness this morning will be Mr. Jim Willett.
Morning, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor Willett, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I swear on the Bible.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
My full name is Jimmy Willett, Jimmy Willett.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do so swear.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor Willett.
Good morning.
So I understand that you're the mayor of Coutts, Alberta,
That's correct.
and you've been a resident of Coutts since 2013
That's correct.
and a councillor for the past 5 years
Yes.
and mayor for 4 years now.
Yes.
Okay. And you had an interview with me and my colleagues on September 6th of this year. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you remember seeing a summary of your interview?
I do.
So if we could just pull up WTS 6012. So this is going to be a summary of that interview. You had an opportunity to review this summary, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And I understand that you have a clarification to your summary this morning.
I do. When we talk about the police presence in the village, I mentioned the fact that there were around 6 police cars I saw the first day. And then the next mention I made of police was when the group moved in on the 1st or 2nd of February. Actually, there was a police presence growing all the time in the village. It didn't go from 6 to 50 in one day, 3 days into the protests.
Yes. So I'll bring you to that passage just so we can confirm. So on the second page, and it's the 4th paragraph down. So this is where you say the paragraph starting on January 29th. Second to last sentence, he observed approximately 6 RCMP vehicles at the border that day. Then you say on February 1st, an additional 42 RCMP vehicles arrived at the border. And what you're saying is that between those dates, there was a gradual buildup.
There was a buildup, yes.
Perfect, thank you. So we're gonna put that summary into evidence. Now I understand, Mr. Mayor, that you live about 4 blocks from the border and 3 blocks from where the protest was occurring. Is that about right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And while these events were happening, would it be fair to say that you attended the location or went to look what was going on a fairly regular basis?
That's correct, yes.
And what's the population of the village of Coutts?
Last census had us at 224.
And I understand that the village's amenities include a convenience store, a restaurant, a bank, but that a number of the other services that residents would use would be found in Milk River. Is that correct?
That's correct. All of the major things that you take for granted in a larger community, we have to go to Milk River for. Doctor, pharmacy, dentist, hardware store, any of that kind of thing, grocery store.
And Milk River is about 18 kilometers away.
18K.
Sounds good. So if we could just pull up COM 924. This is a map of Coots and the surrounding area. We looked at a similar map yesterday with one of the other witnesses, and so I won't go into detail on this, but if we can just go to page 5. And if we could, yeah, that works. So my understanding is that the blockade formed around the point identified as checkpoint 4.
That's correct.
That's correct. And Smuggler's Saloon, which we'll talk about a little bit today, that is a local establishment, and that's identified here on the map as well.
Yes.
And that's where a number of protesters regularly met.
Yes, that became a gathering spot, yeah.
Perfect. And so my understanding is that the blockade that occurred was on Highway 4. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that highway connects Coots and Milk River?
That's our connection, yeah.
And I know things may have fluctuated during this period, but when the blockade was blocking both lanes of traffic, was it preventing Coots residents from traveling to Milk River?
Yes, it was.
And would it have also been preventing traffic flow from the border, coming out from the border?
Well, yes, yes,
And any traffic south to the border?
yes.
Okay. Now, I also understand that there was some kind of route, and I'm hoping you can explain this to us, some kind of alternative route available through what I think you referred to as Patty Joe's field or something like that.
It was actually her yard. I wasn't there when all of this part of the world was developed, but when the highway was turned into a 4-lane major thoroughfare, things changed. An access road runs along to the south of that highway and ends at a farm there. Local family rented the farm. Then they continued their road around their house, and it connected to the street at, I forget what that is, 4th Street, I think, in Coots. And with permission, ordinarily, you'd let Patty Joe know that you wanted to take a load or whatever that way to miss the scales. Can I say that? That you were going to be going through her yard, and you'd drive through their yard, and that was an alternate route, as it were. It suddenly began carrying a whole lot of traffic, and they got to the point where they couldn't use their home, really.
And so how is that route being used during January and February of this year? When there was a full blockade on the highway, what did it allow traffic to do?
Well, it allowed you to miss the blockade, and you could go up to close to the rail crossing. There's a county road there, and it goes out onto the highway just at the rail crossing around the curve from what we're looking at here. And so it allowed people to drive through there, miss the blockade, and go on up to Milk River.
And so would it allow traffic coming from the border to circumvent the blockade and go all the way up to Milk River?
It would have, except it's not really a truck route. And if somebody came in driving, there's no reason that they couldn't have cut through Coots and then through Patty Joe's place. But you'd have to know. If you're local, you know. And yeah, that you could get around. Yeah.
And I assume the same is true for any Coots residents trying to get to Milk River. They could have also used that route had they known.
Yeah, everybody knew it was there and you could go that way.
And are you aware of whether RCMP was redirecting any traffic through that route?
Yes, they did. We talked, I talked with Curtis, Corporal Curtis Peters, who was my contact, and let him know about the road. He wanted to, they made some communication, and what we wound up doing, what they wound up doing was making a square. The ground was frozen, and so they were able to run straight ahead from the street, make a right at the end of Patty Joe's property and go down that way, so you didn't have to go through her yard. And so it became an unofficial exit point. In fact, they took trucks through there later.
Okay, thank you very much. I understand that police services for the village are provided by the provincial division of the RCMP.
That's correct.
And the nearest detachment is in Milk River, correct?
Yes.
And how many officers are posted there?
4 to 5.
I'd like to go to COU 50249. I understand that on January 4th, a protest organizer attended the village office to advise of the upcoming protest. Do you remember that?
Yes, you'll see this is signed Kelly. She's the assistant in the office to my CAO, and she received a phone call.
And during that phone call, how did the protester describe the anticipated protest?
They were just giving us a heads up that they were going to be coming and doing a slow roll around the entrance to the country. And as you can see, it says that they won't be blocking any residents from using the entrance and exit.
If we can go to COU 401515. So I understand from your witness statement that on social media a little bit later, around the 27th, I think you said, you saw a post suggesting there would be an attempt to block the border.
Yes.
Correct? Is this the post that you saw?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And do you know where you saw this posting?
It was on a bulletin board out of Lethbridge. My wife spotted a link on the Lethbridge and area, how are the roads? It's a Facebook post that obviously gives traffic reports, and there was a link there, and we followed that link to this particular document.
And so were you concerned at that time about the risk of a blockade occurring?
Very much so.
And why were you concerned? In particular for your residents, can you tell us about why you were concerned?
We had been slammed by snowbirds, which if you don't live there, that may make no sense at all. But the 18th of November, the U.S. changed the border crossings to allow fully vaccinated people to enter the states. And all of the people who ordinarily go south for the winter down to Arizona in their RVs and so on decided they had to be there at midnight in order to be the first to cross the border. And we wound up with the largest demonstration anybody down there had seen yet of truck blockages and so on. We had a highway blockage that ran across the tracks and on off over the hill. And they came into the town and double parked everywhere, blocked both entrances to the village so that in the event that we needed to get our fire truck out or something, we wouldn't have been able to do it. So we had experience with the blockage. And I had visions of what was going to happen here as well.
And my understanding is that wasn't a protest. That was just a number of people trying to cross the border at the same time.
I did a lot of protesting, but no, it wasn't a protest.
Thank you. I understand. So if we can just pull up for reference COU 183. I understand that on that same day, January 27th, you wrote to the Premier Kenny of Alberta and the Solicitor General, Sonia Savage, to advise them that you had heard about this risk of a blockade, correct?
That's correct.
And I understand someone called you the next day in response to this email?
Yes, I received a call from the Solicitor General's office. I do not know the name of the person. I remembered the name Pilgrim, and nobody by that name has ever worked for the government of Alberta that I can find, so I'm not sure who I spoke to. Anyway, saying to the effect that I had woken everybody up around there, that they had been in contact then with the police of all flavors, and they were going to RCMPs on top of it, and we got it under control, basically. It's what I remember.
So my understanding is that you observed on January 29th the convoy driving up to the border, correct?
Yeah, me and everybody in town, I think, were out to see what was going on.
And can you maybe just tell us what you observed on that day?
Well, about what I expected. I'd seen convoy demonstrations by other groups on television and online. A lot of trucks, a lot of signs, a lot of honking, and it was a convoy, a parade of vehicles from half tons to no monster trucks, but large tractor trailers.
And that pinpoint, that checkpoint 4 that we looked at before on the map, that's where you saw them begin to U-turn, to head back towards Milk River?
Yeah, that's Highway 500, and it's a major crossing point that comes up from over the tracks out to the east of the village, and then makes a crossing there with Highway 4. So it's the first place that you could really make a U-turn, or the last place, I guess, if you're coming from the north. It's the last place you could make a U-turn, either there or our next exit, and it was smaller. So the RCMP, I think, had decided this was the best place to turn everybody around.
And my understanding from your witness statement is that about 45 minutes later, you observed that they had blocked that intersection where they were U-turning. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think the RCMP told me 42 minutes, but it happened, yeah.
And how many RCMP vehicles did you observe that day?
Again, there's a lot going on, so I didn't sit there and count, but I saw half a dozen vehicles. They escorted the convoy down and made sure that they made that U-turn. And that's what happened. The vehicle started turning and going back up the road. So I saw maybe 6, 10 at the most RCMP vehicles.
And did you ever hear about anything about it being a splinter group or something like that that had caused the blockade?
Not
A
in those
splinter group
terms, no.
from the group that had organized the convoy.
I knew from what I was reading, again, I spend way too much time online, but knew from what I was reading in social media that there were other groups coming and joining up. At that time, I naively believed that it was all about the mandates that had been put on, well, the removal of the, you'll have to forgive me, I do this once in a while. I thought that it had to do with cross-border truckers having their permissions removed. For 2 years, they've been traveling back and forth, exempt from vaccination requirements and so on. And just when things were starting to loosen up, I mentioned the 18th, people are starting to go across and everybody's getting a more normal feel. Suddenly, the federal governments in both Canada and the US decided that you no longer have an exemption, you're going to have to be vaccinated. And I think that was the tipping point. So I thought everybody was coming for that purpose.
Okay.
Long question, long answer.
That's okay. You told us in your interview that the RCMP appeared to be caught off guard by the blockade. How did you come to that conclusion?
Well, at that 42-minute mark, when the trucks drove into the median and across both lanes of traffic going both directions, it became obvious that nobody was in control. Nothing happened other than flashing lights and talking to the guys, and it came to a standstill, and that was it.
Mr. Van Hugenbos yesterday told us that on January 31st, the protesters let some commercial vehicles through, commercial vehicles that had been waiting at the blockade since the time it had become blockaded. Are you aware of that, of commercial vehicles being let through on the 31st?
Yes. I have a vantage point in my house where I can see what's going on the highway. And we had been worried about these people sitting there, their loads, the refrigerated trucks, and observed them going along, talking to them, and some of the vehicles being let to leave.
Thank you. I understand that you had regular communications by phone and text with Minister Sani, the former Minister of Transport for the province, correct?
That's correct.
So we'll pull up your text messages with her and go through some of those. That's COU 6016. And we'll start on the second page, I believe. So in here, this is February 2nd at 12:41 p.m. Minister Sani, says, I'm sorry this is happening. Please take care. I'm working on this nonstop. What did you understand her and the Alberta government to be doing at this time to respond to the protests at this early stage?
Well, I understood her position, not just from text so much, we had phone calls as well. She was working both sides, trying to talk to the people who'd organized the protest, and also with the provincial administration to get some kind of action happening. She's responsible for, or was responsible at this time, for seeing that that traffic flow works. I mean, that's our lifeline in Alberta. And so she's pulling out all stops, talking to anybody she can. I know she talked to truckers, she talked to Marco, I have trouble with his last name, but he'll forgive me. Anyway, with the contact people for the convoy, anybody that she could talk to. So I, knowing the minister the way I do and the dedication that she shows for her position, it means just what it says. She's working on it nonstop.
And so your understanding is that she was trying to negotiate some kind of resolution.
Yes.
If we can go a bit lower. Okay. So here we see at 6:16 on February 3rd, you asked Minister Sawney whether she was willing to come to Coots to meet the protesters. You recall that?
Yes.
And the response is, of course, I just have to get clearance from the boss and the RCMP. Did she ever come to meet the protesters?
No, she did not. She got as far as Lethbridge and didn't get permission to come farther south.
And you understood that to be permission from who?
The provincial government.
Okay. Did you ever receive an explanation for why that permission wasn't granted?
No.
And why did you believe that it would be helpful for her to come to Coots?
We thought at the very first that it would be convenient because, as I said, she's responsible for transportation, and this is a transportation-related blockade. She thought that possibly she could come and talk to people and explain to them that the importance of having that corridor continue and stop all the madness. I mean, everybody was caught flat-footed, and we're trying everything we could to get it going. So she was willing to come down and talk to whoever to make things happen, to get it opened up.
Thank you. If we can go down a little bit to the next page. A little bit lower. Okay. At 7:21 on February 3rd, you say the second line, they've closed the highway down again. It was open briefly. A few commercial vehicles did go through. Then someone barricaded the highway again. So can you maybe give us a sense of how often, it seems to me that the highway was reopening at times. We see later in your text messages that some traffic was trickling through. How often was the highway completely blockaded?
You would have had to stand there and watch to be able to tell. It would be open, we'd see a truck or two or three go through, and then the next thing you know, well, it's closed again. And the whole idea, I think, that at this point that they were trying to do was to open up a single lane each way and keep traffic flowing. But it was, well, you saw my mentioned here earlier, they're trying to find a leader. At that time, there were several different groups. It was mob rule, I guess. I don't like that expression, but that's the idea. There was nobody really able to just get everybody together and say, okay, we're going to do this, and everybody would go out and do it. And so that's what was happening. We had traffic, and then we didn't have traffic.
And you're attributing that to the lack of leadership in the group at that time.
At that time, yeah, there was no cohesive structure that I could see.
And I think if you go down a little bit more, you'll see those comments that you just mentioned, still some mob rule going on, hoping they have an established command structure soon. You visited Smuggler's Saloon and met with some protesters on February 3rd.
Yes, I did.
And did you observe for yourself this lack of leadership at that time?
I did. I talked to Alex Van Herk, who turned out being one of the people that became a de facto leader, I guess. And the expression, I've heard it used here before talking about other places, it was like herding cats, him trying to get some order out of the chaos that was going on. There's video that exists of him talking to people and trying to get them to listen to him and being shouted down, because that was the nature of the beast at the time.
Okay. If we could go to page 10 of this document. So this is February 5th at 2:16. So you see that second bubble, you say, now that Marco seems to have established control, it might be good for someone to talk about provincial mandates. And then if we go just down just a little bit, she responds, let's chat later. So is your understanding that at this time on February 5th, a clearer leadership structure was emerging in the group?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have a discussion with Minister Sani regarding provincial mandates at that time?
It's quite possible. We had phone calls in here, but you've seen how good my memory is. I know we talked about it from time to time, what could be done and what was being done, but I'm under oath and I can't say for sure.
Okay, thank you. If we can go just a bit, just to page 12, and this is February 5th at 11:59. So just a bit lower till we get to 11:59. There we go. Here you tell Minister Sani the messaging to the protesters needs to be controlled better. There seems to be conflicting messages being circulated as true. You recall that?
Yes.
And what was the problem with the messaging at that time as you understood it?
The feeling that I was getting was that someone was building up hopes that things are going to happen on a provincial level very quickly, and the premier is going to announce that all the mandates are off. We knew government doesn't work that quickly. Premier Kenney was, the old expression, caught between a rock and a hard place. He's definitely there because, well, we know all the stuff that goes on. He was working to remove as many mandates as possible, as quickly as possible. But a lot of these people were being told that there was going to be a caucus meeting and they were going to drop all the mandates. And don't know where that came from exactly.
If we can go to page 14, it's February 6th at 2:40 p.m. So you say that you talked to Mayor Fader, and I believe that's the mayor of Fort McLeod, is that right?
That's correct.
And Glenn Motz, who's a federal MP, correct?
He's our MP for that, yeah, for that writing.
And you say you talked to them about Marco. Marco was not in favor of the illegal action and has been working to move toward a legal protest. And when you say moving towards, working towards a legal protest, did you understand that to be opening one lane each way?
Yes.
And were those efforts successful?
Again, it depends on the time of day and which way the wind was blowing. Sometimes it was successful. My son came down from Edmonton one day, from Calgary rather, came down from Calgary one day, and after he got through the checkpoint in Milk River, he drove into Coots. He said, "There's no trucks out there." So they were shifting and moving things around. So sometimes the road was open and sometimes it wasn't.
Thank you. If we can go to page 15, February 7th at 10:20. I believe it's at the bottom of the page. So Minister Sani says, "I heard the blockade is back up." And you respond, we could go to the next page, I believe. You say, "Yep, tractors just now, highway is blocked." If we keep going. She says, "I guess they were hoping for an announcement today." Was your understanding that this tractor blockade on February 7th was because of frustrations associated with the lack of an anticipated announcement, as you were just mentioning?
That's the word that I got from talking to someone else, that they'd been expecting the announcement to come down that all the mandates were off. And again, this is from misinformation they were getting from somewhere. And when they didn't, they blocked the road again.
And this is a member of the protest who told you this?
Yes.
So the next day on February 8th, Premier Kenney announced a plan for the gradual easing of pandemic-related health orders. Did that have any impact on the blockade?
Not by then. As I said, they had been told and led to believe that everything was going to come off, and obviously it didn't. And so those people who chose not to understand how government works decided they're going to show us. So blocked it again.
We can go to page 19. This is on February 8th. We can go down a little bit, down a bit more. So you say need access to some land, no construction. And then on page 20, if we can skip down, Minister Sani says, "I'm glad we could help you out with the land parcel." Was that in connection with the plot of land for the legal protest site that was established in Milk River?
Yes. Yes, I'd been in the meeting in Milk River with the mayor from Milk River, Reeve from the county of Warner, some representatives from, trying to think who else was in there. Anyway, we had a meeting and a discussion of where to have an alternate parcel of land. The Milk River people and the county determined that there was Queensland available. And so I happened to have the contact information for the Minister of Transport who could make that happen. And that's what happened here. I gave her the note that they'd be calling her. They did. She made things happen so we could get that parcel.
And did you understand, was there any buy-in from protesters on moving the protest to that site?
No, at that time, there wasn't a great deal of interest in moving from the highway to a plot of land just beside the highway.
And I understand, though, that once the blockade in Coots came to an end, there is a group that moved to that site.
Yes.
Is that correct? And they stayed there for a number of weeks.
For a long time. It looked like a unhoused encampment.
So let's go to page 26, February 14th at 12:42 p.m. So Minister Sani asks you, are there people still there at the blockade? You respond, oh yeah, nobody's leaving yet. It's all fake news. So your understanding at that time was that the protesters were not leaving yet, correct?
That's correct. I didn't hear until later in the afternoon that things were changing.
And what did you hear that afternoon?
Sometime in the afternoon or early evening, I think it was my contact with RCMP, Corporal Peters let me know that they'd been notified the thing was coming to an end.
So you were told by the RCMP that they had been notified by protesters that day that they would be leaving the site?
Yeah.
And I understand you had a conversation with Mr. Jory Evans, who was a protester, about that
Yes.
as well. When did you have the conversation with him about this decision to end the blockade?
Sometime on the 14th, but I don't, without pulling it up, I don't have the exact time. Well, I'm not sure times are on there or not. Yeah, we were in contact quite a bit that day. Jory, I still don't know his real position in the group, but he was doing a lot of videoing. He had a blog online and so on called PB&J. Just kind of a news summary of what was going on, what they knew, what they didn't know. And he and I had established a rapport early on and communicated back and forth. Obviously nothing confidential, but talking about stuff. And so he had let me know that day, first of all, contacted me to know if I knew how to contact the person who had been arrested. And then we went on from there. And he talked about the guns, or the arrest and the guns. Guns are all fake, but the fact that people don't want anything to do with it. And
So he explained to you that day that he spoke to you about the RCMP's arrest, and did he explain to you that that was one of the reasons why the protesters had decided to leave?
yeah, that's the feeling I got. I don't know if he actually said that or not. in my mind at this point in the time, it's well, yeah, that's what he said, but unless I see it in writing, I'm not going to say for sure. I got that feeling, though, that because of what had happened, that the mood in the crowd had changed and they were going to depart. So,
Okay. And was your understanding that the agreement was that they would, or that their intention was to leave the next morning?
yes,
And did you observe them leave the morning of the 15th?
I did actually. Yeah.
And so no enforcement was required by the RCMP at that time to get them to leave?
No, on the night of the 14th, they lined up all their vehicles down the street. We have a auction firm out there called Ritchie Brothers that auction off from time to time a lot of agricultural equipment. And I said it looked like the biggest sale that Ritchie Brothers ever had because they were all lined up down the street. And it was mostly tractors. At that point, there weren't a lot of trucks around. But anyway, they lined up down the street on the 14th, and I received the word they're going to go at 10, and 10 o'clock they were gone. Well, they left.
And so you're not aware of any enforcement powers available under the Emergencies Act being used to clear the blockade then?
No, that had nothing to do with it.
When you met with the protesters on at Smuggler's Saloon on February 3rd, did they explain to you what their plan was, what their objective was?
No, there was no, I talked to Alex briefly in the back room just off the main floor there, and I've never seen a man look so haggard and beat as he did at that time. I don't know if I got there just after he had tried to talk to people. Marco says he was there, but Marco was avoiding me. So anyway, he's on video talking about we should, as one, leave and getting shouted down. So I don't know if I talked to him just after that or not, but no, there was no, I've talked so long I forgot the question.
I was asking you about February 3rd when you attended the Smuggler's Saloon. Did you get a sense that they had an exit strategy?
Oh, at that time, no. No, the feeling that I got was from talking to a couple of other people in the crowd was, no, we're here till mandates are off. That was.
If we could go to COU 6012, these are your Facebook messages with Mr. Evans. And I'd like to go to page 2. If we can go down a little bit. Okay, so here he tells you, and I think this is in the context of the mandates, the provincial mandates, yeah, they keep ignoring, and these guys want to get this shit done and go home. Also connected with the group that closed down Windsor, Ontario today, and things are going crazy in Ottawa. So it adds flames to that fire over there. In your discussions with Mr. Evans, did you ever understand that were the protesters in Coots in communications with protesters in Ottawa or Windsor? What was your understanding of that?
This is my understanding of that. I have no other, we never talked about it otherwise.
Okay, so this text message is this text message
That's
is
it,
all
yeah.
all you have. Okay, thank you. I understand that Mr. Evans told you about concerns he had with respect to more extreme elements participating in the protest. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, we had a meeting where I talked for quite a bit, for 45 minutes or so. And one of the things if you go back far enough in my history, bear with me, go back far enough in my history, I worked in mining in northern Manitoba, was a steelworker steward, went through wildcat strikes and so on. And there were always hardline guys and then the guys that were there for a good time. You could have a wildcat strike and everybody's up and up and up, and then it tapered off and you wound up with the core, and you might even find guys that you'd never seen before there. And we talked about how that was a danger, and if something like this, the longer it went on, the more the opportunity existed for outside elements to come in and cause disruption.
And he agreed with
And he agreed with
he
that.
agreed with that.
That was one of his concerns.
Did you yourself observe the nature of the protest changing over time?
The mood changed. I talked about somewhere it being almost like a big community meeting of all the farmers in the area. And this was, don't kid yourself to think this is a big trucker protest. This is mostly a farm protest.
I think you, in your witness statement, you say that about your meeting on February 4th.
Yeah. And, they had their kids there, and it was just a family thing. As it went on, a lot of that attitude disappeared. Didn't see a lot of kids playing hockey anymore. And and if you followed their social media, they took a picture when it was all over or just before they left, which was handy for anybody investigating, but a picture of the whole group in front of smugglers, and it wasn't a large group at that time. It had gotten smaller. But to go back to my strike days, it's the same thing. As the longer you do something like this and you go in expecting results right away and it doesn't happen, the more disheartened you become. And then you start listening to other things about, well, if we only did this, this would happen, and so on. So it's a typical demonstration. And while I didn't have a crystal ball, if I had, it would have paid off, because what we feared seems to have happened.
Did you observe any violence or harassment during the protest?
Never did, no.
Did you yourself receive any threats?
Yes, I got one death threat online, Facebook. Serious enough that the RCMP took it seriously. I'm not sure how good a threat it was because it was sent from a personal page. But anyway, it was a death threat, and I received calls. Everybody gets phone calls. Just the phone and hang up, or phone and, yeah, you thought you wanted to be mayor, and click. That kind of stuff. I had people out front taking pictures of my house, and It was first time I've done this, so it was a little nerve-wracking.
Thank you. Did you ever observe any weapons yourself around that time in Coots?
No, we didn't. Some of the protesters were staying in the motel across the road from where I live, and we saw from time to time them moving heavy hockey bags, and my wife said, "It's guns," but we we had no weapons that I ever witnessed.
Did you ever hear anything about efforts by protesters to dissuade tow truck drivers from assisting the RCMP?
Not directly. Social media, I saw what was going on, but I never directly talked to anyone.
Did you ever have any discussions with CBFSA officials about the protest?
Never did. Well, other than see somebody at the post office or something. Some of them live there.
I understand that the RCMP attended a village council meeting on February 8th. And in your summary, you state that they described their responses building the airplane while you're flying it. What did you understand those comments to be referring to?
Well, just the way it sounds. As I said, we all got caught flat-footed. Nobody had expected this to happen. And I'm not sure of his rank, but anyway, the answer to the question was we're building the airplane as we're flying it. We're making it up as we go along. We've got tactics and we're trying them, and if they don't work, we try something else until we find out how it works. It was an education, I guess, for everyone.
Thank you. In the short time we have left, I'd just like to talk about the impact on the village and its residents. In the summary, you say that the blockade greatly disrupted everyday life for Coots residents. Could you maybe explain to us in what ways?
I have done a mental survey, and I think I had about a 70-30 split in the village, the 30 on my side and the 70 supporting the protest, regardless of what it meant. We still have neighbors that won't talk to each other because of the protest. They didn't get out and do. We had a lot of sympathetic people in the village who figured it was our duty to feed everybody. If they need a room, give them a room. These are all good people, and we should really look after them. As unneighborly and heartless as it seems, my opinion was if you came down here and you've blockaded the highway and now you're not wanting to leave the protest, but you need your medication that you left at home, the road goes that way, go get your medication. Instead of making a public scene about, I don't have my medicine, can you bring it to me? We don't have food, you know. You got food at home. That was my answer to those kind of complaints. My neighbors, being good rural Alberta people, figure if somebody's in need, you look after them regardless of how they got there, I guess. And there was a lot of sympathy over and as I said, the driving force of the protest, the original cause had to do with cross-border vaccination. And then mutated into my body, my right, my, you know, all of the different conspiracy things that have gone on. And then people didn't let that go, and so it still exists to this day.
How significantly did the protests interfere with residents' ability to access services in Milk River?
Depended on the person, how comfortable they were with driving past monster pieces of equipment. I think we heard Marco yesterday talk about how one tractor is intimidating, even if it's sitting still, if you haven't been around them. When you get a whole row of them, some of them idling, you've got trucks, big pieces of equipment, and you're out there in your little Prius wanting to go up to Milk River to get groceries, it can be very intimidating. Other people, we have a lot of retired farmers, it didn't bother them that much. Had one guy just the other day say, "You're going to testify, be sure you tell them we were never blocked in. Could always make it up there. Had to drive through the field a couple of times, but we weren't really blockaded." So it depended on the person and how they could handle it. And it affected some people. I have a friend who is a veteran of Afghanistan, and she has PTSD. They had to leave town because it triggered her PTSD, and she just couldn't take it. They're back now. Older people, had one lady who would, if somebody drove her out for a doctor's appointment or something, she would curl up in a ball. Wasn't going to do this. But just depends on the person, how they grew up, what their situations are. Some people it really bothered.
Thank you. Did you hear any reports of intimidation of some of your residents by protesters?
A couple, and you take it as, you know, take everything with a grain of sand, grain of salt. Had a couple of people tell me that they were coming back into Coots and being stopped by protesters and saying, they'd say to the guy, "Well, what do you think? Should we let these people through or not? Or should we let this guy through? And, you know, where do you think you're going?" And that kind of thing. But nothing, we had a situation where a neighbor, someone decided it'd be funny to tell everybody that there were free showers at her house, so she had people showing up at the door, that kind of thing. But not a lot of, there was no physical intimidation, and it was basically just the going through the gauntlet to get out of the village. Like I said, if you drove through and up the highway and through the ditch, maybe, well, you could go. So.
Lastly, I just wanted to ask you, was there any impact on emergency services or access to emergency services?
For the most part, no. When it first happened, it was like when we had the RVs or the entrances, they said they wouldn't block it. You have to understand, we depend on the ambulance coverage from Milk River, the medical clinic there. We have a volunteer fire department, we have volunteer EMS, and you'd have to understand AHS to know, the health services, to know why we have an ambulance that we can't use. But anyway, we have one. We cover our fire department that is a rural fire department that covers everything out in the surrounding area, especially to the east. There's only that road at 501, which is the road that crosses the tracks to get out to there. That was one of my major concerns, was that we had egress quickly in the event of an emergency, and then that we could get an ambulance in. The RCMP ran an ambulance down the highway to test that, and the protesters were able to clear it through quickly. So it was handled. But for the first few hours, there wasn't any awareness on the part of the people. I said more than once, I got the impression that the protesters, Coots was an afterthought. They wanted to plug the highway and, oh, gee, there's 250 people over here, and we kind of affected them too. So it took us a while to work that out. But no, after everybody was made aware, things were fairly good.
Thank you so much. Those are my questions.
Yep.
Mayor Willett, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so first up is the Government of Canada, please.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Mayor Willett.
Good morning.
My name is Andrea Gonzalez, and I'm one of the lawyers representing the Government of Canada in this inquiry. Thank you for being here today. I just have a few questions for you. And I want to start by talking about the port of entry at Coots. And I understand on the other side of the border is the town of Sweetgrass, yes?
Sweetgrass, yes.
Yeah. That port of entry, you'll agree with me, is of vital importance to not only the Coots community, Milk River, the surrounding communities, but also the province of Alberta and Canada as a whole.
Yes.
I understand that Highway 4 is the primary access to that port of entry, although there's one side road that's not suitable for commercial vehicles, right?
Correct.
And it's the only designated commercial port of entry in all of Alberta?
Yeah, it's the only 24-hour port, yes.
Right. That port of entry allows for the cross-border transport of livestock, agricultural goods, and other imports and exports that are critical to Alberta's supply chain and economy. Yes?
Yes.
You can see, I assume from really your front door, the constant flow of trucks that are carrying billions of dollars worth of goods north and south across that border.
Yes.
Now, you've told us that you learned early on of plans to, that there were plans in the works for protesters to engage in slow roll protests in the vicinity of the Coots Port of Entry.
That's correct.
And those quickly evolved into plans to actually block the highway to the border.
Yes.
That would have really a twofold impact on the people of Coots, both their access north into Milk River and the amenities there, right?
Yep.
As well as south down across the border. And so I would expect this raised some alarms for you as mayor of this village.
Yes.
Yeah, and you acted quickly to communicate to residents how they could best prepare themselves, right? You sent out that little notice.
Yes, I did.
Yeah, it's COU 701. I don't think we need to pull it out unless you want to look at it. But you were trying to best equip your residents for the unknown of what was going to come, right?
That's correct.
And that notice included advice like pretending that they live in a big city.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
With the risk of giving too much away, a lot of people don't lock their doors. You might have a car that you know so-and-so needs to borrow. You'll put the keys in the car. We've got a almost 0% crime rate because of our location and because of the fact that CBSA people live there and the guy that you broke into might have a gun. So just people get very comfortable with it's typical small town Alberta.
and there were folks coming in that nobody knew,
Yep.
and you were concerned that that might pose a safety and security risk to the people of Coots.
Yeah, it's, like I tell a lot of people, you're driving south, getting ready to hit the border, you don't even know Coots is there. And although we can watch and wave. And if you've got a stranger in town, word gets around, there's a car going around and I don't know who it belongs to, and oh, that's so-and-so, they're visiting so-and-so, the telegraph works very well. And all of a sudden, the potential existed that we were going to have massive influx of people driving up and down the streets, and I just wanted everybody to be careful. Don't let your kids out to run across to the playground because somebody might be coming, not looking for kids there. Everybody in town knows your kids live there, but if they come in from out of town, they don't. Just a heightened awareness, I guess, of your situation.
Okay, and another step you took in the early stages was to reach out to the provincial government.
Yes.
We saw in your examination by Commission Counsel the January 27th email that you wrote to Solicitor General Savage to advise of the planned protest. You recall that? And one of the things you mentioned in that email, you raised the possibility of the situation being dealt with using Alberta's Critical Infrastructure Protection Act. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And I understand that was raised on January 29th in a letter you sent to the Minister of Justice, and on January 30th in an email to Premier Kenney. Do you recall those communications?
Yes.
Okay, and I'll just note for the record, but we don't have to pull them up. It's COU 705 and COU 706. And in your understanding, that legislation was really purpose-built for this kind of thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now, you've spoken a bit about the disruptions that the blockade of the highway caused for the people of Coots. And I just wanted to pull up some photos. It's pb.nsc.can 408500_rel.301. You mentioned that you did travel to the protest sites on occasion. I just want to confirm that these photos reflect or similar to what you recall seeing when you were there.
Apologies, could you repeat that document ID, please?
Yeah, the whole thing. pb.nsc.can.408500_rel.301. And we'll begin, please, at page 4. Now, this is an RCMP document, so I wouldn't expect you've seen the document before. It's just the photos. Is that a picture of the blockade at Coots, best you can recognize? Or up on Highway 4?
Bear with me.
Let me just make that a little bigger there.
I can't place that exactly. It doesn't actually look like the Coots end of it. It looks more like the Milk River.
The Milk River end of it. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's the 501.
Okay, and what we see there, though, is there are trucks parked in the median between the two directions of the highway.
Yeah, but again, this is actually not a full blockade. They're doing a slow roll through that.
That's a slow roll.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go down to page 7, please.
Okay, that's Coots.
That's Coots. Okay. And page 9.
Yeah, those are both Coots.
Okay, and let's go to page 10, please. Sorry. It's not the one I wanted. Let's try 29. Are you able to place that one? That may be checkpoint 10.
It doesn't get any bigger.
If you don't recognize it, that's okay. We'll have, we'll have others.
For sure know where I am there.
Okay, that's okay. It may be further down the highway than you were able to make your way to.
Yeah.
Now, you discussed your interactions with Corporal Curtis Peters,
Yes.
and we have those text exchanges at COU 6011. In one of your text exchanges, you asked him to speak to the school bus driver. I just want to be clear on this. Children from Coots attend school in Milk River.
That's correct.
And in this text message, you're explaining that the weather is supposed to turn bad, and you were concerned about her traveling on the highway and folks having to navigate a field to drop off and retrieve their kids. Can you just explain that concern?
Yeah, the school bus driver was a little concerned with coming through the blockade. And so what she had offered as a solution was to come basically the back way on a county road up to Patty Joe's that we talked about. But the fact is that you have to drive either through there or through the field, and she didn't feel comfortable taking the bus through there. So what she had suggested was that the people in town who had kids would bring them all out and meet her on the county road. And that's what that was.
Okay. You also mentioned in your text to Corporal Peters that folks on home care in Coots had not been visited since the blockade started.
That's correct.
And that was one of your concerns.
It was.
I want to pull up, please, COU 702. This is a text exchange you had with Bill Graveland, and that's who?
I'm sorry?
Bill Graveland?
Oh, Bill Graveland, yeah. He is a reporter for Canadian Press.
Okay. And if we go to page 3, please. Just scrolling down there. Okay, stop there. In the first blue box, your text says, "Morning, Bill. The more things change, the more they stay the same. You need to find someone in a protected position to call these guys what they are. Domestic terrorists. Won't be me. They're right outside my window. I would be strung up, literally, just a thought." Why did you describe the protesters as domestic terrorists?
Well, unlike most of the people in the front rows here, I'm a Google lawyer. So when I look for the definition of a domestic terrorist, these people seem to fit that bill, and yet no one ever labeled them that. And so I just floated the idea out there, one side to Bill, on the other side to Minister Sani, that maybe they should be called that to get a little more attention.
You felt they were terrorizing people by their behavior.
Because they were causing harm to the country.
Yeah. And if we go down to page 4, If we could scroll down a little bit more, just pause there. Sorry, again, a little bit further down. My note may be off. There's a text where you, if we could just go back up, let me try again. Up a little more. Yeah, okay, I'm not seeing it. There's a text in this collection where you say that a more extreme element has moved in, and I am concerned about the final outcome. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yep.
Yeah. In your interview summary, you spoke about a sermon delivered on February 3rd at the Smuggler's Saloon by a pastor, Arthur Pulowski.
Yes.
And he, have you seen that sermon? Whether in
Yes. Yes, I have.
Could we please pull up pb.can.40s? I hope this is right. 1845_rel.0001.
Was that pb.can.40s1845?
I hope so.
Is it a multimedia file?
Yes. Yeah. While we're digging that up, that sermon, I understand, was delivered on a day when MLA Hunter had told you he had negotiated a deal with protesters to open up one lane of traffic. You recall that?
I think that's right, yeah.
And in a text message to Minister Sawney, you described this sermon as being inciting.
As being
Inciting.
inciting, yes.
Yeah. And in your interview summary, you said that it strengthened the protesters' resolve. You recall that?
Yep.
I'm hoping we can just watch a few.
Sorry, having difficulty locating that one.
Okay. I want to come back to it. You told us that you also received a death threat, other threats, and that a truck was parked outside your house taking photos of it, correct?
Yep.
Yeah. And it's fair to say that as time is going on, frustration is increasing, as is concern over how this may end, right?
Yep.
Yeah. And your efforts to engage higher levels of government were focused really on the province of Alberta.
That's correct.
Did you ever receive any explanation for why the province did not make use of the Critical Infrastructure Protection Act as you had suggested?
No, I did not. But you have to remember, I'm the mayor of a small village. I'm kind of at the bottom of the ladder. So I was not privy to everything that was going on.
Okay. And I now have the correct reference for that video. It's pb.can.40s135. 1835. 1835. And Mary, while we're waiting for that to be pulled up in the few minutes I have left, you're aware that what was going on in Coutts was not isolated, right? There were also border blockades,
Yes,
the
yes.
port of entry at
Yeah.
Emerson,
Yep.
Ambassador Bridge in Windsor,
Yep.
Pacific Highway near Surrey, BC.
Yes.
Of course, the occupation of the city of Ottawa. And get that video.
You said 1835?
1835, yeah. And you said earlier, I thought I heard your evidence that In some respects, it was a typical demonstration, but of course, as time went on, you wouldn't describe the Coutts border blockade as being a typical demonstration.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Sorry, just to step in, David Cherokee, Counsel for the Government of Canada. I believe that there's, it's pb.can.
Yeah.
.401835. I think there may have been an NSC in the
Oh, is that my mistake?
previous reading, but there's no NSC. It's just
No.
pb.can.
Thank you, Mr. Cherokee.
It is here. I just need to download it. It'll just be a moment.
Okay, thank you. I think I can do the rest of my questions and come back to that. And of course, you're aware, Mayor, that ultimately search warrants were carried out the morning of February 14th.
Yes.
And a cache of weapons and body armor was seized.
Yes.
And there were a number of arrests made, right?
Yes.
And you were informed, in addition to these arrests, an attempt was made by a vehicle to ram a police vehicle.
Yep.
Again, we don't have to pull it up while Mr. Clerk is doing me another favor, but the email to you about those arrests is COU 50453. And even with those arrests, I think I understood your evidence that it took some time for the protesters to clear out.
Well, sometime it happened on the 14th and they left on the 15th, yeah.
Right, and that was after the Emergencies Act had been invoked, right?
Just barely, yeah.
And you mentioned in your witness summary, you understood there were rumors circulating among the protesters that the Emergencies Act would be invoked, and among other things, their bank accounts could be frozen, right?
Yeah, again, that was social media, but yes.
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Commissioner, I'm just waiting for that video to load.
Apologies, just one more moment.
That's okay, it's my fault. And we'll just play from the beginning, not the whole thing, but just...
People in my country in 1980, finally they said our children are worth fighting for. Yes. And they did it, and they took it to the streets, and they paralyzed the entire system. Yes, thousands were arrested. They gained control. Yes, people were tortured and beaten. Yes. There is a price attached to freedom. How do you think the Second War ended? Millions had to die. How do you think the First War ended? Millions had to die. And that's the price that we have to be willing to pay if our children are going to have a free and democratic society. Yeah. That's right. This is our time. For 2 years, we have been dancing polka with them. For 2 years, we have been trying our best to reason with the villains. But I know villains. See, bully will never stop bullying. He will keep stealing from you all the time. They have big appetites, those greedy dogs.
We can pause that there,
You have
thank you. Mayor Willett, is that video of the sermon that Pastor Pawlowski delivered at the Smuggler's Saloon on February 3rd?
It is, yes.
And that's the video you understand was, or you've described as inciting the crowd and the
Yeah.
protesters. Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Commissioner, for the indulgence.
Okay, thank you. Next is the government of Alberta.
Of Alberta, can you see and hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Perfect. Good morning, Mayor Willett. I have a few questions for you.
Good morning.
Can
Clerk,
you
if
just
you could
identify
please,
yourself for the record? You may have, but it didn't come across.
of course, Commissioner, Hana Laura Yamamoto for the province of Alberta. Mr. Clerk, if you could please bring up WTS 6012. It's been up before. This is your witness statement. And just while that's coming up, so on page 5, you stated that you did not receive the type of support you expected from the provincial and federal governments. So what kind of support did you expect from the federal government?
Well, at that point, it seemed like we were not getting anywhere, and I was looking for somebody to do something to get the highway unblocked and get things happening again. So any kind of support would have been make them go away and make this end. I wasn't in a position to say exactly who should do what, but somebody should appear to be doing something in it. At this time, it didn't look like anybody was doing much.
Okay. And so I have the same question with respect to the provincial government. What kind of support did you expect from the provincial government?
Same story. We had the, as I mentioned before, an act that was supposed to give unlimited powers, basically, to protect infrastructure and remedy this exact problem, and yet it appeared to me nothing was going on. Now, I've seen the situation reports since then, and it showed that there was action in the background, but I wasn't privy to that. So where I was sitting in my office looking out the window, I didn't see anything happening.
Okay, so now that you say that there's things that you saw going on in the background, in your opinion, is that statement still true that you believe that the provincial government should have made better use of the Critical Infrastructure Act?
I guess it goes back to the statement that the RCMP made to me about building the airplane as we're flying it. I understand that the province was in the same situation, like looking for tow trucks and that kind of thing. So probably my opinion is not as harsh as it was at the time. I believe the province was doing more than was visible to me and most people. There were things going on that were, if we'd gone a little farther down the road, no pun intended, if we'd gone a little farther down the road, there would have been actual physical action taken. So my opinion has changed a bit.
Thank you, Mayor. So you understand as well that the RCMP was the lead agency responsible for responding to the border blockade occurring at Coutts, and they would make the operational plans and decisions?
I don't know, was my ears playing tricks or not? Can you do that a little slower, please?
I apologize. I should slow down for the translator as well. So you understand that the RCMP would have been the lead agency responsible for responding to the border blockades occurring at Coutts, and they would have made the operational plans and decisions.
Correct.
Okay. And you worked with the RCMP throughout this blockade?
We were in contact all the time, yeah.
So, Mr. Clerk, if I could have you pull up ALB 50908.0001. So what you're going to see here is a statement from the Alberta Minister of Justice and Solicitor General Savage on February 8th, 2022. Now, the 4th and 5th paragraphs from the bottom is just where we want to go. Perfect. And it says, those participating in this illegal blockade could potentially face charges or actions under any number of laws, including, and it includes the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act, and goes on to say, whatever action law enforcement may take is at their independent discretion. I trust the authorities to lay appropriate charges wherever the evidence provides reasonable grounds to do so. So based on that statement, do you now understand that it's the RCMP that would have made decisions whether or not to undertake enforcement under the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act?
Correct. I understand that.
We saw your texts with Minister Sawney. We don't have to pull them up, but those would be under COU 6016. So these texts show contact every day, often multiple times a day from February 2nd to 18th, as well as you said you had phone calls with Minister Sawney?
Yes.
Okay. And you also had a phone call with the Premier?
I did.
And at no time did you make requests for specific supports or assistance from the province?
I think we, when I talked to the Premier, we talked more in generalities. As I said earlier, he was kind of caught in a pinch point between darned if I do and darned if I don't. We talked about that. He talked about the fact that he could only do so much because of the lack of surge capacity in the hospitals. He mentioned that he was going to be talking to governors in the northern states to see if they would put pressure on that side, because even if we did get rid of the provincial mandates, the federal mandates still sat there, and that was the thing that triggered the whole deal in the first place. So, no, it was more a generality thing. I did not hit him up for any kind of action.
But based on that conversation, there were things that the Alberta government was doing to support removing the border blockade at Coots.
And again, I only caught about half of that. I'm deaf in one ear and I can't hear in the other one. So
I apologize. I'll slow down and speak up. And based on that conversation with Premier Kenney, Alberta was providing supports, even if you weren't asking for specific supports, correct?
Yes.
And you had wanted Minister Sawney to speak with protesters?
It was not my suggestion, it was her suggestion. She thought that she could come and talk to people in the first day or two because she was getting feedback from the fact that there are truckers stuck. She wanted to come, and I don't know what she had planned to say, but it was her suggestion that she come down.
Okay. And you had said that the protesters were like herding cats?
The protesters were letting, I'm sorry.
Were like herding cats. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah, that's what Alex told me when the first time I made contact with the guys at Smugglers. He said at that time that it was like that's my expression, but that was the impression. He said he'd get a group here and a group there and try and get them all together, and they'd make a decision. Then they'd walk out the door and forgot what they talked about. So he was very frustrated.
So there was no definitive leader of the protest?
At that point, there didn't appear to be.
And I just have one point of clarification. So in your evidence with my friend Commission Counsel, you said that tractors lined up on the side of the road on the 14th. And I just want to clarify, that's so traffic could flow?
Oh, but then they were off the highway, and I think at that point, traffic was being held up in Milk River still, but there wasn't any really physical blockading going on the morning of the 15th, possibly on the evening of the 14th. I couldn't do 24-hour coverage. But no, the tractors were all lined up. They were just getting ready to leave as a group. And so they pulled them all in, actually pulled them into the village and down that street and lined them up along there. So they were out of the way.
Okay, and you're not sure if that was the evening of the 14th, or did that start the evening of the 14th where they were moving the tractors?
When I went down the morning of the 15th to see what was going on, they were all lined up down the street. That's all I know. I don't know exactly when. Like I say, I wasn't sitting watching them 24 hours a day, so I'm not sure when they moved.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Mayor Willett. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the City of Windsor.
Good morning,
Good
Mayor
morning.
Willett. My name is Michael Finley. I represent the City of Windsor, which, as I'm sure you're aware, is a fellow border municipality.
Yes.
And we heard today, Mayor Willett, you live just blocks away from the protest site and indeed the border, right?
No matter where you are in Coots, you're only blocks away. Huh?
And that border crossing is an important link, true?
Definitely is.
And I think you described it earlier as a lifeline and something with larger importance than just to the village of Coots. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And I guess perhaps I'm stating the obvious, sir, but fair to say that the village of Coots doesn't have sufficient resources on its own to ensure the security of that border crossing?
No.
Or in fact, to deal with a blockade of the magnitude that you faced earlier this year?
No, our police force, as you heard, is 4 or 5 officers stationed in Milk River.
Right.
RCMP.
And so a situation like that requires more than a local response. Is that fair?
Correct.
Including, I think, as you noted earlier, provincial support?
Yeah.
And federal support too.
Yeah, well, it's RCMP, so it's provincial and federal.
And so that being so, would you agree that one might benefit from having a plan or at least a framework in advance to deal with situations like the one you experienced, even if they're not exactly the same in future?
Sure, yeah. Would be nice if the old hindsight's 20/20, but it would have been nice to have a plan, yeah.
I think you spoke about being caught flat-footed and building an airplane while it's flying. I guess we can agree you're sticking with that metaphor. It's probably better to have the plane assembled in advance before it takes to the air.
Yeah, if we're talking about police response, they had response for certain situations, but this was a situation that was unique at the time to anything they'd faced. And so I'm not going to be an apologist for the RCMP, but I think they were doing well under the circumstances. I don't think it's fair to say they had no plan. They would have had plans for demonstrations and so on, just nothing of this magnitude.
Right, and I suppose all I'm getting at is it's better in this type of circumstance, I hope you'll agree with me, when you have a multi-jurisdictional issue to deal with, to have some plan in advance to address it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, sir. Those are all my questions.
Yep.
Thank you. Next are the convoy organizers.
Good morning, Mayor. For the record, Brendan Miller, I'm appearing as counsel for Freedom Corp, which represents the protesters that were in the city of Ottawa in January and February. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Long flight. I love driving through Coots.
Yeah.
So, beautiful part of the country. So, if we could please bring up, it's the document that my friends have already referred to from the federal government. It's the Canada document ending 8500 that was just up.
Apologies. Do you have the full doc ID?
Yes, I do. It is pb.nsc.can.0000850. Okay, and could we please scroll to page 32? Verse. It's just loading still. There we go. Okay. So this is the document my friend put to you. It's a PowerPoint put together by the RCMP. And there you can see that they are doing what they refer to as community engagement and talking and listening to protesters, supporters, and residents of Coots. Did you witness any of that?
Not personally.
Yeah.
Only on
Right.
line.
But you ended up going and speaking to the protesters yourself too, didn't you?
Yes.
Right. And I understand that when you did that, you ended up doing an interview with CTV and City News about that experience. Do you remember that?
I don't.
Okay. Well, let me ask you, do you remember saying this? I just want to put this. This is a statement that's been attributed to you. I wasn't negotiating or anything else. I was just there to find out if they were as bad as some people have said, and they're certainly not. Do you remember saying that?
Sounds like something I would say, yeah.
And do you remember saying this about the protesters? They're the same guys that I have for neighbors.
That was part of the uniqueness of this whole demonstration, yeah.
Right. And you also said they're the guy that owns the farm up on the hill, the guy that hauls for local businesses. Do you remember saying that?
Probably did.
Right. And this situation, I understand, polarized your community. There was, the community was essentially divided by half supporting, half against the truckers. Is that fair?
As I said earlier, probably 70-30.
70-30.
On a good day, yeah.
Right. And was that 70-30 in support, or which one was in the 30 and 70?
That would have been supporting the protest.
70%? Or 30% supporting the protest?
No, 70.
70%,
Yeah.
okay. So the majority of your town?
Majority of the town was the feeling I got.
Yeah. And there was signs up and flags of all kinds that were on residences of your town's property. Is that fair?
A few, yeah.
And can you tell me about some of the ones you saw and describe them? I know some of them were a bit vulgar, but if you'd like to.
Oh, everybody has seen them. The Trudeau flags,
The ones say F Trudeau?
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Some of the Gadsden flags, the Don't Tread on Me. A lot of Canadian flags, many of them in.
Flags were in your own care, right? There is. Can you explain, how long have you been in rural Alberta politics?
In rural Alberta politics since I was elected to council.
The interactions you have with your residents with respect.
Well, I'll quote my CAO, Trudeau hates us. And that's basically, you could talk to anybody there. There's a great dislike for the federal government on
Okay.
a high percentage.
And what is these dislikes? What are they about? What are these people's grievances in your residence and in that area?
genetic, which means a long time. And I've seen this us versus them thing grow, east versus west. I spend too much time on social media. But the feeling, smarter minds than me have tried to figure it out. I really don't understand the great dislike for the federal government.
So there was, I don't know if you got the opportunity to watch. Did you watch the testimony of Ms. Tamara Litch in this proceeding? Because it was played out on TV.
I saw some of it. Yeah.
Do you remember when she said that a lot of Albertans feel that they don't have a voice because the elections that are resulting in the elections of NP and the federal executive are determined before they even vote, and that they just don't feel represented in Ottawa? Do you remember hearing that?
Yeah, I think I heard that, Joe.
Is that a general grievance that you've heard some of your constituents and that you've heard some of rural Albertans and other Albertans talk about?
I agree with the part that they're not represented, because he has represented us very well from that area. But I think just talking about that is a problem that anybody that has studied politics or government will agree with. The fact that you've got a mass of population concentrated in the east and you don't have in the west, and if you do just by votes, it's very difficult to feel like you're swaying anything when all of the election returns come in, and by the time you're voting, it's already been decided. So I can understand that.
And are you aware that with respect to the protests in Ottawa, it's been reported that Albertans made up essentially almost half of the individuals that were here?
I wasn't aware of that, but it doesn't surprise me.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, next is the Democracy Fund, JCCF.
Yes. Good morning, Commissioner. Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
My name is Alan Honor. I'm a lawyer at the Democracy Fund. We share status with the JCCF and with Citizens for Freedom. Mayor, I think you gave evidence earlier today that Coots is the only 24-hour border crossing in Alberta. Did I understand that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and about 75 kilometers away from Coots, there's another border crossing at Delveli.
Yes.
And do you know if the border crossing times at Delveli were extended during the times of the Coots protest?
Yes, they were, I believe.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that? The hours of the days they were extended?
Oh, I can't give you that without it in front of me, but I don't believe it ever went 24 hours. I know that it was increased considerably. I believe I read a number somewhere that percentage-wise, they saw crossings go up 917% or something like that. So it would have had to have been open a lot more, but I don't have the numbers.
That's fair. Thank you. I'm wondering, before the protesters left on the 15th, and before the, let me actually rephrase this. After the Emergencies Act was invoked, did you speak to any of the protesters before they left?
Not directly, no.
Okay. But you told us about rumors on social media which referred to bank accounts being frozen. Were those social media accounts coming from the protesters?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
Well, okay, I'm not going to say 100%. Somebody could have been faking it, but there were Facebook pages called Coots Convoy Restart. And I'm not going to name them all, but they were obviously followers or participants of the protest by the content that was posted, by things that they said. And
So these were social media sites where you could sign up and you could make posts regardless of whether or not you were at the protest.
that's correct.
So anybody could have posted those rumors on that site.
Anybody could. They were moderated sites. They would have to get past the administrator, but I don't know. I didn't put them up there.
Okay. Whatever the case is, however, you would agree with me that the reason why the protesters ultimately leave, what you call the straw that broke the camel's back, was the discovery of the weapons, and it was not the rumors about the Emergencies Act.
I think that's correct. I saw an interview with Alex Van Herk that he did the evening of the 14th. It's on YouTube, where he explicitly said that it was the weapons. It wasn't the act, because they'd heard about it, but they were prepared to stay until it, that's in Ottawa, basically, is what his sympathies were.
And Alex Van Herk was one of the spokespeople, or one of the leading people at Coots among the protesters. That's
correct. He's been charged along with Marco, so I'm not sure how much I'm supposed to talk about it, but.
Okay. We'll move on. My friend from the Government of Canada brought up the Critical Infrastructure Defence Act. And I understand you thought that the RCMP should have used that act against the protesters.
I did. Part of that might have been my misunderstanding of what they were doing. As I said, I wasn't privy to the situation reports that were coming out every day until I saw them the other night. So there was stuff going on, and there possibly are even charges still waiting for people over that act. So yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think maybe would you agree with me that the RCMP may have exercised their jurisdiction under that act, or their discretion under that act, had the protest not ended when it did?
Well, I think they were doing it even as, I know that there were violation tickets and so on being issued, and that there possibly are still charges coming. So the process.
Okay, and I just want to ask you about that act. Is it your understanding that the act prohibits the willful obstruction of essential infrastructure if that obstruction renders the infrastructure dangerous, useless, inoperative, or ineffective?
Yes.
Okay, and in your view, that was happening in Coots because of the blockade?
Yes.
And if somebody commits an offense under that act, the police can arrest that person without a warrant. Is that right?
I'm not sure about the without a warrant, but I know they can arrest them.
But you would take it from me that the act says that?
Sure.
There are also fines under the act?
Yes.
And does it accord with your understanding that the fine for a first offense can be no less than $1,000 and can be as much as $10,000?
I've heard that, yes.
And that a fine for a second offense or a third offense can be as high as $25,000?
Sure.
Do you know if any of the protesters at Coots were driving company vehicles? Or were parking company vehicles?
I don't know for sure. There might have been some owner-operators there. I didn't see any name brand company vehicles parked there.
But some of those trucks could have been owned by corporations.
It's possible.
And it's also under the Critical Infrastructure Defense Act, someone can be fined, a corporation can be fined a minimum of $10,000 for an offense and a maximum of $200,000. Did you know that?
I may have seen those numbers. I don't know. I'll take your word for it.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Willett, do you want to add anything? We're done the cross-examinations. I'm just going to ask for whether there's any re-examination by the Commission Council. So I'll let the re-examination go, and then I'll give you a chance to add anything if you'd like.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, okay. I just have two brief questions for you. Just to clarify a point, when you were talking about your discussion with Mr. Evans about the arrests on the 14th, I think you kind of trailed off a bit under your breath and said something about the weapons were all fake, something like that. Is that something Mr. Evans told you?
I believe he mentioned that there was a rumor they had been planted, even at that early date. And then I know that YouTube video I saw of Mr. Van Herk, where he also said he didn't believe that they were real, but they were going to, that was what was being said, so it was what happened. But yeah, that to answer your question, that's what was said.
I just wanted to confirm that was not your own assessment of the situation.
That was not my assessment, no.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's it. Do you want to add anything before you head back west?
It's cold out there. How long can I talk? No, the situation that happened there were a lot of people that said that I was against the protest. And I wanted to make it perfectly clear, I was never against the protest. You have that freedom, that right to protest anytime you want, as long as you don't break the law and interfere with my right to travel and so on. I mean, in a way, I participated in their protest because along with the other border mayors, we communicated with the federal government saying this is not right to treat these guys after the 2 years as if they suddenly become pariahs or something. So the biggest problem that I had, and I still have, understanding blocking that highway was who you thought you were damaging. You were damaging your neighbors. I had stock movers who couldn't move cattle because it was blocked. That's a whole part of a chain. People grow their stock. They plan for a particular date to deliver it to the feedlot. So they've got feed for X number of days. Now that's backed up. Now they've got to try and find feed. Well, gee, the feed comes from the other side of the border. They didn't take into consideration the fact that, yes, they made a big splash, but they were hurting the very people that they figured they were helping by getting the mandates off. We're a very agricultural area. I mentioned that I'm the chair of a regional economic development initiative. Our whole emphasis is on helping to establish that Canada Trade Corridor and the food corridor with all of the potatoes and sugar beets and pulses and all of those products. That's our our main emphasis. And when you stand there with your foot on my throat and say, you're not going to go through here anymore, and what you're doing is you're actually choking the livelihood of all your friends and neighbors. And even if they sympathize with you, when they go to the grocery store and there's no fresh produce there because it's on the other side of the border, it's something to consider. So that was the main thing. And when the protests turned to an illegal blockade, they lost my support. And that's it. And I did what I did as far as the village goes because I'm responsible for those people. And I'll try and get through without breaking down here this time. But there were people it was literally, people were literally physically frozen and not able to go through that blockade. And since everything is on the other side, it was a tough situation. But we're not here to argue about that anyway. The feeling that I got, to be truthful, is, which I have to be, right, is that the federal action had very little to do with the resolution of the blockade there. I think it was the police action, the finding of the undesirable element. I know that happened. I've talked to neighbors who saw the actual police action that night. It wasn't carrying in weapons and planting them. It was a raid with SWAT-type vehicles. We had a field hospital set up at the fire hall and that kind of thing. So it was a very serious situation. So and one last thing, I'm very complimentary of the police. The RCMP handled themselves very well. And I'm glad it's over. And I thank you for that opportunity.
Well, that's fine. We're here to get at the bottom of what happened, not only in Coots, but across. Can I just ask you one thing, following up on you're all in favor of protests, and you'd mentioned about the land that had been set up to continue protesting, and it wasn't used until after the blockade was cleared. Did I hear you correctly?
Yes.
And they continued to protest there for some time, you said?
Weeks. Yeah, I don't know the exact number.
And do you know if it was the same group that had blockaded that continued to protest there?
I believe that most of that was people who had showed up for the secondary encampment, and they just moved off the road because they had nowhere else to go.
Okay, well, thank you very much for coming. It's appreciated. Your evidence was appreciated. You're free to go back to the cold.
Well, thanks, I think.
Okay, so we're going to take the morning adjournment, the morning break, and come back with a new witness. So we'll take 15 minutes.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Great, thank you, Member Meehan. Again, as you've expressed and others on the call, great passion and empathy for those that have suffered the most. And as a long resident of Ottawa, a frustration to see your city in this circumstances. As a new resident of Ottawa, I share that in every aspect that you've articulated so well. You asked a question about whether or not we had a level of coordination going into this. I will ask Deputy Chief Ferguson to describe the intersect model around which this and all of our other operations are built on. I've then asked Deputy Chief Bell to talk about the arrests and the charges that we have laid and the investigations that are underway and the status as much as we can share on a call like this. So Trish, if you can help the member to understand how we integrate with all the other agencies, not just policing, but NCR related agencies, and then over to Steve now.
I can, Chief. Thank you, Member Meehan. The Intersect is a national capital region, and it involves all of the parties in the area, and we have monthly calls to share information. I can tell by your reaction that that's not what you're interested in hearing right now, and I can certainly appreciate we are as frustrated as you, but every one of these situations that arises, we can't take the law into our own hands. You demand that of us. We have to be the level head, and we have to be the ones who are responding based on the authorities that we have got, and they don't change in this situation. No one has wanded us with powers to arrest if we don't have them. We still have to follow the Charter of Rights. We still have to go by the Trespass to Property Act. If the NCC is the owner of the Confederation Park, we have to get their approval before weighing in on those things. So we are trying to abide by all of these things, because there's no point in making arrests and a whole lot of effort and energy if it's only going to be tossed out later in court because we haven't abided by it. We know these things from past protests, from other people's decisions, from what's happened through the courts. What I will say is places like Quebec City, Toronto, they have learned from us. Absolutely. We're not saying we didn't make any mistakes. We're saying we are learning as we go on a lot of these things, and we are doing the best we can. Every one of us is.
So can we not get the NCC to give us approval to go on to Confederation Park and dismantle this core, this party central?
We have that, and I can tell you that we have made progress in the last 3 hours. While I've been on calls with people, that's happening. I can't tell you exactly what's happening right now because I can't be there, but I can tell you that our folks have been, they haven't abandoned the goal here. They are working through it methodically and by lawful powers that we have. And nothing has changed. We have, as I said, have not been granted all kinds of new powers because this has happened in our city. As much
so
as
everybody has power in this city except the police and residents. That's the message that we're giving to the protesters in this city. I'm sorry. That's what
for the
I'm speaking on behalf, not just myself, I'm speaking on behalf of very frustrated residents. We appreciate everything that the police are doing. We do. And I understand that they're exhausted, but this is day 8. And we need to know that this is going to end. And right now, I think if you're listening to this, I think there's nothing that indicates that we're not in for more days of this. So I'll just stay quiet from now on. I apologize. Yes, I am passionate, but I have to be on behalf of everybody that is feeling very, very helpless right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Meehan. Members.
Did Member Meehan want to hear about the arrests? I just wasn't sure if that was the end of her question.
Yes, I'd love to hear about who's been arrested. And I'd like to know what's going to happen tonight when there's bonfires and more parties and more honking. I'd like to know what's going to happen.
Okay, thank you. And I share your frustration about when this is going to end. I think we'd like to know when there will be an end to COVID and what was the detailed plan to end COVID, but that was an unprecedented pandemic. And there is no detailed plan for these things. But Deputy Chief Bell, could you provide an update on the status of our criminal arrests, criminal investigations, hate crime investigations, multi-jurisdictional investigations?
Yeah, thank you very much, Chief. So as I indicated earlier, we have over 400 calls for service directly to the protest area. That's resulted in the initiation of 50 criminal investigations, 11 of which are hate crime investigations. From that, we've had so far 4 persons charged with a total of 7 offenses. There are several investigations, all of the 50 of the investigations are continuing, other ones that have been culminated by charges. Including that is the mischief around the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier. That investigation does progress and is progressing well, and we hope to have announcements on that in the coming days, as well as some threats that we've received to various public figures that has resulted in an cooperative investigation with the Federal Bureau of Investigations in the United States, and we hope to have positive announcements around culmination of that in the near future. We have dedicated teams that, from both a hate crime perspective and a criminal investigative perspective, that are following up actively and aggressively to charge, to investigate and charge people involved in criminal activities around the protest.
Okay, thank you, Member Meehan. Member Sueda.
Thank you, Chair. And I also really want to thank the Chief and all the members of the police service for all the hard work. And I really want to urge everyone to stay patient and calm, and just everybody on every side of this issue to remain peaceful. Times are getting a little bit more tense, and we just need to everybody remain calm to ensure that there's a successful and peaceful resolution from the province and from the federal government. And that's great. It's going to help alleviate the pressure on the OPS members, and also have more boots on the ground. But has there been any attempt for any political resolution to this matter? Because I understand, the policing aspect is one aspect and a very important aspect. However, I'm just wondering if there's more of a political angle to this, and is that something that you can share with us?
Thank you very much, Member Sueda. And again, I've attempted to, but maybe not effectively. From the start of the week, as I was reflecting on the first 4 or 5 days of this situation, it was clear to me that there was not going to be an alone policing solution to the circumstances that the chair has already so eloquently described in her own way, and others have echoed in their own way. And it was at that time we started to work even more closely with, through the chair and her help, and Steve Kanalakis, to get meetings with the mayor, deputy mayors and other councillors that were involved directly. Member King has mentioned earlier on, Councillor Menard, McKinney, Fleury, Leaper in the downtown areas, all were involved in those discussions. So we have elevated our operational plan to involve engagement with the municipal level. I have had, and I reported to the board and to council several times this week, I have had direct conversations with Minister Jones, the Solicitor General, Deputy Minister of Solicitor General Mario Di Tommaso, to engage their efforts in not only providing material resources, but to raise situational awareness and to encourage them to have their own ministerial and interministerial discussions around how they can help to support our efforts here in Ottawa, and to alert them, even at that point, that this was going to be a situation that was already nationwide and was going to spread to other locations in the province, and which indeed it has, in Toronto, in Sudbury, in Windsor, in Hamilton, and other locations. I've told you, I think, 2 occasions again this evening, the efforts of Steve Kanalakis and myself on the last 3 days, 2 different meetings with the federal government, some of which has resulted in material resources like the 250 plus officers in the RCMP, all of which were accomplished on Thursday evening into Friday, and as a result of today's phone call, which Deputy Chief Bell joined me on today. We have encouraged material resources to our policing operations and received significant, particularly from the province, from all 3 levels of government, municipal, provincial, and federal, have all made significant police resource contributions to our efforts over the last 8 days. And we have had from the City of Ottawa indications from the federal government that they are understanding our context here and appreciating that there are other opportunities to support us beyond the policing public safety realm. I obviously cannot speak for any other level of government, municipal, provincial, or federal, but we've had a tremendous response locally we are having an increasingly strong response federally, and there are lines of communication open provincially, all of which myself and my command team have been directly involved in facilitating, if not actually leading those efforts. I think more can and should be done in those areas, and I've had communication, formal communication with Chair Deans on that matter, and encouraging the chair and the board to consider all avenues around that. I think that is why this was called today. I think that's why the question was asked by the chair, and I think that's the bulk of the information we've provided her today. We need people, we need assets, we need capability, we need legal advice, we need investigators, we need intelligence. We'll need a paycheck somewhere down the road, otherwise we're gonna have some strong budget issues. But most of all, we need a solution that is beyond a police solution for something that is not a policing issue. It's a societal issue. And again, the chair has eloquently described that more so than I could. So I don't know if that answers your question, sir. It has been part of our strategy, a developing part of our strategy, increasing over the last week, and I suspect will continue to increase as we go forward.
That's the main point I was trying to ask, Chief, was that we know that you're doing your best, and you've gotten many resources from various levels of government. It was more, how do we address the underlying societal issue? I mean, obviously, these protesters are here and came from every corner of the country to protest an underlying issue. And it's basically fallen in our laps and in your lap, Chief. And that's why I was hoping to see if there was any indication that our political leadership is going to get involved to address the societal issues that you mentioned. So thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. I don't see any other hands up, so thank you to the board members for your questions. Chief, I called this meeting today to ask a specific question, which was, do you have the resources you need to provide adequate and effective policing in the city of Ottawa? And the answer that I heard from you is no, even though you got in the middle of the call 250 more RCMP officers. What has been described in all of the open fronts all over the city is that you are overwhelmed. The police service has been overwhelmed, and that this is bigger than the police service. And I needed to hear that answer today, because we need to take extraordinary action. And maybe it's something that Member Sweda was getting at, but I have some questions for our legal counsel, David White, because what I'm hearing on this call is, we're taking one criminal charge at a time, but there are so many people out there engaged in a broader act of mayhem that we need to be able to bring it all under control. And I'm wondering what levers there are. I'm wondering if we could be using, and this is to you, David White, if we could be using Section 63 of the Criminal Code, unlawful assembly, and if it would be possible to get a judge to declare under that section of the Criminal Code an unlawful assembly, which I understand would allow the mayor to then declare a riot, and in turn would allow us to do some mass arrests. Now, of course, we would need people to do that, but it would at least allow us to address the situation. I know others have talked about an injunction, so I would like to hear the legal aspects of what we can do to bring this under control now.
Councillor, all of those things are things that my office and my team are looking at, all in conjunction with their colleagues with the Ottawa Police. There is no singular answer. As you've heard from a policing perspective, there's no singular legal answer as to what levers we might pull, what orders we might obtain to bring this to an end. The work that my office is doing is all with a view of assisting and supporting the operational plans that are being put in place by Ottawa Police and their law enforcement colleagues. So with respect to Section 63, we have looked at that from our perspective, Chair. That is a somewhat archaic section. We have not actually been able to find any occasion where it's been invoked. And again, taking these steps, even taking the steps of an injunction, for example, there are certain challenges that are associated with that.
Order allowed.
From an operational context, there are challenges that come from a legal context as well. As you saw today with the effort to obtain an injunction in the class action that's been commenced, the judge hearing that opined.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Commissaire. I'd like to call Mario Di Tommaso to the stand, please.
Mr. Di Tommaso, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I would like to swear, please.
We have the Bible, the Quran, or the Torah available?
The Bible.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Mario Di Tommaso, D-I space capital T-O-M-M-A-S-O.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I so swear.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Di Tommaso.
Good morning.
For the record, my name is Gabriel Poliquin, Senior Counsel to the Commission. We just have a few little points of business here. If we could pull up document WTS 6041, please. So that's being brought up. You sat down with us, Mr. Di Tommaso, in September for an interview, and we produced an interview summary, which I believe you and your counsel have had the opportunity to review. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any changes you would like to bring to the interview summary today?
No.
Okay. So we'll enter the summary into evidence. The next documents I'll refer to, I don't think it's necessary to put them up. The first one is AFF 60114, or 14 for the record. And the second one being ONT.IR.701, which is the first one is the affidavit that you swore advising on behalf of the province that Ontario's institutional report, which is the second document, that document is accurate and complete. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, we will enter those into evidence as well. So, Mr. Di Tommaso, you're of course the Deputy Solicitor General for Ontario.
Before we proceed, Commissioner, may I have your indulgence? I'd like to use a calendar with key dates on it for reference. It just has key dates on it, if that's permissible.
I don't see a problem.
That's fine with me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Indeed, we'll be discussing lots of dates, and so,
Yes.
orienting yourself in time, I think, is probably advisable. So yes, just to start over, your position, of course, is Deputy Solicitor General for Ontario, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and are you the only Deputy Solicitor General?
No, so there's another Deputy Solicitor General in the ministry, and she is responsible for the corrections portfolio.
Okay, and only the corrections portfolio?
Correct.
Okay. And that was your position at the time of the events that are of interest to this commission, correct?
Yes.
January, February 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just to set the table, if you could give us an understanding of the role of the Solicitor General as a government department within the province of Ontario, the government of Ontario.
So the Ministry of the Solicitor General, led by the Solicitor General, responsible for the safety and security of Ontarians. The minister runs both the correctional side, which looks at 25 institutions, bail and parole. And then there's a community safety side that has 9, or at the time had 9 different pillars, delivering public service and policy development with regards to the safety and security of Ontarians. So at the time, I had 9 divisions that reported to me directly, and the OPP was one of those 9 divisions.
Okay, I was getting to that. And so, as part of your responsibilities, would you describe it as a responsibility of oversight on the OPP that you would have?
To some extent, yes, but the OPP reported to the Solicitor General in terms of policy and longer-term initiatives, but certainly the OPP reported to me on a daily basis, and that was Commissioner Kariq.
Okay, yeah, we'll get to that in detail, in fact. And the Solicitor General's responsibility under the Police Services Act includes to monitor police forces to ensure that adequate and effective police services are provided at the municipal and provincial levels. You would agree with that?
Yes, that's under Section 3 of the Police Services Act.
That's correct. And of course, that extends to the whole province of Ontario, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And when we talk about responsibilities of oversight, and here I understand that there's a difference between the Solicitor General as a government department and your responsibilities, but when we talk about oversight of the OPP, what does that include?
So with regards to oversight, I do not have the ability to direct the Commissioner in any way with regards to any policing operations, day-to-day operations that and deployment. That remains the exclusive jurisdiction of the Commissioner of the OPP. Having said that, anything to do with human resources in terms of expanding or contracting the size of the OPP, procurement, financing, that type of thing, that responsibility lies with me, and I have frequent discussions with the Commissioner on those topics.
Okay, and we'll get to specific examples, of course, of this when we get down to the facts. But just to clear something up, when you say expanding the size or the size of the OPP, are we talking about the size of the OPP as a whole, or the size of the OPP deployed in a specific location?
As a whole. So for example, when various initiatives come to the table that require additional resources province-wide to implement an initiative, I will have discussions with the OPP Commissioner on what the staffing needs are, prepare a Treasury Board submission, and hopefully with the approval of Treasury Board, grant the Commissioner the ability to expand the size of the OPP to implement whatever initiative is on the table. So it's province-wide.
Okay. Okay, so just to summarize, is it fair to say that the kinds of decisions that are in your jurisdiction, and forgive me if I use your in a broad sense, I realize that they're the responsibilities or the jurisdiction of the Solicitor General, and you're in charge of implementing those responsibilities on a day-to-day basis. But the sorts of decisions that are under your jurisdiction are when human resources need to be expanded. That has an impact, of course, on the public purse, as it were. This is where you come in. Is that correct? And decisions that are under the jurisdiction of the Commissioner of the OPP are more related to operations. Is that correct?
Operations, deployment, discipline, yes.
Okay. Now, during the events of January and February 2022, how were your responsibilities implemented?
In early February, I was receipt of information from Commissioner Kariq with regards to this convoy that was coming through Ontario and on its way to Ottawa. And so in those communications, Commissioner Kariq was informing me of the various steps that he was taking to mitigate the possible impact of the convoy arriving in Ontario. And at the time, I recall having conversations with Commissioner Kariq that there was a plan in place in Ottawa, and that he, the Commissioner, was deploying whatever resources were required by the Ottawa Police Service at the time. I had some level of information that the intention of some convoy organizers was to stay longer than anticipated. But the plan that was communicated to me by Commissioner Kariq was such that my understanding was that the truckers would be invited into the boundaries of the city of Ottawa, but certainly not downtown, that they would be parked away from the downtown core, and then the protesters would be bussed in. I was also comforted by the fact that Commissioner Carrick was in contact with Chief Slowly, discussing various options and providing the resources that Chief Slowly was requesting.
So just following up on a point here, you were informed that the plan was to have the convoy protesters parked elsewhere out of downtown and then bussed in. So when did that information come to your knowledge?
I believe that would have been the 27th or 28th of January.
Okay, and I wasn't looking for an exact date, but so it was before the protest happened. Okay, and you were informed of that by Commissioner Carrick?
Yes.
Okay, and do you know where he got that information from?
Not exactly. I can infer. I suspect he got that information from, directly by speaking to Chief Slowly, I'm assuming, and then from Project Hendon reports as well.
Okay, and so before the protest happened, before that first weekend, you said you were comforted that there was some sort of plan. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, throughout this period, how often were you briefed by Commissioner Carrick?
On a regular basis throughout this period, I was receiving situational updates on a daily basis from Commissioner Carrick, and there were daily phone calls as well.
Okay, you had daily phone calls, and you were communicating with him by text as well, as my understanding.
Yes.
Okay, and we'll look at, you took extensive notes throughout that period, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll be looking at some of those notes and some of those texts to unpack what you were receiving during those briefings. Now, did the Solicitor General Jones, participate in some of these briefings?
Not with Commissioner Carrick and I, no.
Okay, at no point?
No.
Okay. Now, how often did you brief Minister Jones?
On a regular basis.
On a regular basis being every day, or?
So my practice was to basically copy and paste the texts that I received from Commissioner Carrick, and I would forward them on to Minister Jones.
Okay. And did you have any phone calls with her as well?
I did.
Okay. Now, would you say your briefings from Commissioner Carrick were the only source of information you had about what was going on in Ottawa?
No.
No. Would it be fair to say they were your main source of information?
Yes.
Okay. What were your other sources of information as to what was going on the ground?
Mainstream media, social media, situational reports from the Office of the Provincial Security Advisor, daily reports from the Office of Emergency Management as well.
Okay, and you mentioned the Provincial Security Advisor. Who is that and what are their responsibilities?
So that would be Assistant Deputy Minister Chris Letang, and their responsibilities are to engage in dialogue with various stakeholders on the intelligence front and then distill that information to me. So I knew that certainly Assistant Deputy Minister Chris Letang was in his office, was in receipt of these Hendon reports. I was not. And there was a higher level summary of some of those reports provided to me.
Okay. And is it fair to say that you are the person in charge of informing the Solicitor General of what's going on in the province from a security standpoint?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that it's Solicitor General's responsibility to brief and inform Premier Ford?
Yes.
Okay. And that is, and to your knowledge, is that Premier Ford's main source of information in terms of public safety in the province?
Would be Minister Jones, yes.
Okay. Now, did you have any briefings from Chief Slowly during this period?
No, not briefings, but I did have discussions.
Right, and we'll get to some of those discussions, but you didn't have the same relationship with Chief Slowly as you had with Commissioner Carrick.
That's correct, and that's because I don't have any jurisdiction or oversight over Chief Slowly.
Right, and my understanding is, of course, the Chief of Police of Ottawa reports to the Ottawa Police Services Board. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, and we'll get to more details later on, but as a general matter, If you have significant concerns with the way a police chief in the province managed a situation, could you pick up the phone and call that chief of police and let them know what your concerns are?
Yes, but once again, and I am not the oversight body. That responsibility falls to the Police Service Board of Jurisdiction.
Okay, and in what circumstances would you pick up the phone and let them know your concerns?
Well, you're asking me to speculate. If I had concerns, I would certainly be in a position to pick up phone and call various chiefs of police.
I suppose, let me put the question this way. So, of course, I understand that chief of police reports to the OPS, but suppose a police services board were to talk to you and say, we have concerns about our chief. Would that be an opportunity for you to express your concerns directly to the police chief, or is that just not done?
So I've never had the experience where a police services board has contacted me to have a discussion with their chief of police. I've never had that experience, and I think that would be problematic, quite frankly.
Why is that?
Well, the oversight, the responsibility and accountability for monitoring the performance of a chief of police lies exclusively with the Police Service Board of Jurisdiction.
Okay. Now, turning to Windsor, did you have any regular contact with Windsor Police Service Chief Pam Mizuno?
I had one call with her.
Okay. Okay, now turning to some dates here. We'll start chronologically with the first weekend. Before the convoy made it to Ottawa, you already had some information that they were coming, and you established that you were comforted that there was some kind of plan to deal with the situation. Did you have any concerns for that first weekend?
I did not. Ottawa Police Service, quite frankly, is one of the major policing services in Ontario, if not Canada. They are led by an able leadership. They have plenty of experience with regards to protests on a regular basis. I knew that Commissioner Creek was in regular contact with Chief Slowly, and I knew that the OPP Commissioner was providing resources to mitigate any possible risks. And so that certainly gave me a sense of comfort as well, that the plan was to keep the truckers out of the downtown core and then be bussed in. So from that perspective, from that information that Commissioner Creek relayed to me, that gave me a sense of comfort. And so didn't have concerns over the first weekend. However, with the media, with what it was, displaying all the activities over the first weekend, that concern certainly grew.
Yes, and we'll get into that first weekend in more detail. But before the weekend began, I take it your expectations would, given the experience of the police service, given the leadership, that your expectations were that was this going to be a passing event, a short-lived event?
I don't know what my expectations were. My expectations were that Ottawa Police Service, in conjunction with the OPP, with those resources, would be in a position to deal with the situation. There was conflicting information as to the size and the scope of the actual protest, the number of truckers, the number of people, and the length of time that they would be staying.
Okay, and that information, that conflicting information was before the weekend started?
Correct.
Okay. And the fact that there was conflicting information, did that raise any concerns with you that the risk assessment might not be correct, or did you have any misgivings at that point?
I did not. From my perspective, this was a policing matter that was being dealt with by both Commissioner Creek and Chief Slowly.
Okay. Now, what changed after that first weekend?
Well, what changed was that there was not an exit plan for the truckers, that the truckers were well entrenched, and there was certainly a very well communicated refusal to leave. So that first weekend, in my mind, caused me to believe that this protest had morphed into an occupation. And so that's what changed after the first weekend.
And you said that at first you were comforted by the fact that there was a plan that they would not be entrenched downtown. And once they were entrenched downtown, that surprised you?
Yes, yes, it did. My understanding was that there would be a plan to bus these protesters in from the outskirts of Ottawa into the downtown area. So I was questioning the issue of, how did they get downtown?
Okay, and did you get any answers to that question at the time?
I did not.
Okay. And so at that point, that first weekend, the protesters are entrenched downtown. What were the public safety risks in Ottawa at that point, from your perspective?
I was not aware at that point in time that there were any significant public safety risks. And when I say that, I mean in terms of criminal code offenses, in terms of robberies, aggravated assaults, that type of thing. The impact that I saw was primarily significant harm being imposed and committed on the community. So the community's sense of well-being and mental health, that was certainly being impacted by this protest. And but I did not hear of any significant violations of the criminal code in terms of violent assaults.
And when you say you didn't hear about it, do you mean you didn't hear about it from Commissioner Karik?
Correct.
Okay. If we could bring up the first text, it's ONT 405311, please. So these are texts exchanged between you and Commissioner Karik. Thomas is TC is Thomas Karik, correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we could just scroll down a little bit. I'm not sure if there's an answer from you, but do you recognize this text?
I do.
Okay. And so if we could just start from the top, please. So in point form, he reports road services and heavy equipment have been utilized to maintain emergency routes, OPS parking remaining, convoy vehicles on Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, roadway almost at capacity, downtown remains gridlocked. Oh, sorry.
Slow down a bit.
I'm
for the
sorry.
Interpreters.
Downtown remains gridlocked. Vehicle traffic is not feasible. If we could scroll down. And you look at the second point, crowd continues to grow but remains calm. Crowds estimated to be 1,000 at Parliament Hill and another 1,500, 2,000 within the streets. PPS reported no major issues. And I believe it says further down that, or that may be the next text, but we can go to that later. Is it fair to say that this text, which is a situational report, informal, but a situational report, that the news can be characterized as being everything's under control? Is that a fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And if we could turn to the next text at ONT 405316, please.
That's 5316?
Correct. I believe that's the continuation of that text chain. Starts with crowd diminished overnight, but remained in good spirits. Again, PPS, OPS reported no major issues and other pieces of information. Again, is it fair to say that from your perspective, everything's under control?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll turn to maybe one or two more texts. The next one is ONT 405319, please. So here's a piece of news that is a bit more concerning, perhaps. Protesters appear to be more aggressive and confrontational with police today compared to previous. There are several vehicles attempting to circumvent roadblocks. If we could scroll down. And we see that a convoy 50 kilometers in length may be headed to Ottawa. Convoy is unconfirmed. I don't know if that changes anything from your perspective of things being under control.
So what's the date of this particular text?
You could scroll up. I think it's January 31st. Oh, we don't have the date. But I believe on the previous one, it said January 31st, and this is the continuation of that text.
So yes, I am becoming a little concerned given the fact that the protesters appear to be more aggressive and confrontational with police today compared to previous. But I also have a sense of comfort in knowing that the OPP, YRP, and OPS public order units are being utilized.
Okay.
So that concern is mitigated somewhat.
Okay. So it would be fair to characterize it this way, that there are issues going on in Ottawa that, of course, require law enforcement to intervene, but there are no issues with law enforcement at that point from your perspective.
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, on February 3rd, you had a call with Rob Stewart, who at the time was a Deputy Minister of Public Safety Canada. Do you recall that phone call?
I do.
Okay. And we'll turn to your notes for that one just to jog your memory if you need to. That's ONT 405153, please. So part of it is redacted. If we can go down to, just scroll down, please. Okay. So you have a phone call at 1300 hours, I think, with Deputy Minister Rob Stewart. He says that there are 300 commercial CMV, that's commercial vehicles.
Yes.
that he's not even sure how he would frame an order that would be effective and enforceable. So these are all things that, as I say, my office is examining, and we will provide updates, either through the police as those kind of operational imperatives develop, or through council. Certainly, if we believe that there is an effective tool that can be deployed, then that is something that we're looking at.
Mr. White, how long will it take? Because we are in such a crisis
The next one is ONT 405319, please. So here's a piece of news that is a bit more concerning, perhaps. Protesters appear to be more aggressive and confrontational with police today compared to previous. There are several vehicles attempting to circumvent roadblocks. If we could scroll down. And we see that a convoy 50 kilometers in length may be headed to Ottawa. Convoy is unconfirmed. I don't know if that changes anything from your perspective of things being under control.
So what's the date of this particular text?
You could scroll up. I think it's January 31st. Oh, we don't have the date. But I believe on the previous one, it said January 31st, and this is the continuation of that text.
So yes, I am becoming a little concerned given the fact that the protesters appear to be more aggressive and confrontational with police today compared to previous. But I also have a sense of comfort in knowing that the OPP, YRP, and OPS public order units are being utilized.
Okay.
So that concern is mitigated somewhat.
Okay. So it would be fair to characterize it this way, that there are issues going on in Ottawa that, of course, require law enforcement to intervene, but there are no issues with law enforcement at that point from your perspective.
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, on February 3rd, you had a call with Rob Stewart, who at the time was a Deputy Minister of Public Safety Canada. Do you recall that phone call?
I do.
Okay. And we'll turn to your notes for that one, just to jog your memory if you need to. That's ONT 405153, please. Part of it is redacted. If we can go down to, just scroll down, please. Okay. So you have a phone call at 1300 hours, I think, with Deputy Minister Rob Stewart. He says that there are 300 commercial, CMV, that's commercial vehicles.
Yes.
In point form, he reports road services and heavy equipment have been utilized to maintain emergency routes, OPS parking remaining, convoy vehicles on Sir John A. Macdonald Parkway, roadway almost at capacity, downtown remains gridlocked. Oh, sorry.
Slow down a bit.
I'm sorry.
Interpreters.
Downtown remains gridlocked. Vehicle traffic is not feasible. If we could scroll down. And you look at the confrontation, and we see that a convoy 50 kilometers in length may be headed to Ottawa. Convoy is unconfirmed. I don't know if that changes anything from your perspective of things being under control.
So what's the date of this particular text?
You could scroll up. I think it's January 31st. Oh, we don't have the date. But I believe on the previous one, it said January 31st, and this is the continuation of that text.
So yes, I am becoming a little concerned given the fact that the protesters appear to be more aggressive and confrontational with police today compared to previous. But I also have a sense of comfort in knowing that the OPP, YRP, and OPS public order units are being utilized.
Okay.
So that concern is mitigated somewhat.
Okay. So it would be fair to characterize it this way, that there are issues going on in Ottawa that, of course, require law enforcement to intervene, but he says that there are 300 commercial CMV, that's commercial vehicles.
Yes.
And other pieces of information. Again, is it fair to say that from your perspective, everything's under control?
Yes.
Okay. And we'll turn to maybe one or two more texts. The next one is ONT 405319, please. Part of it is redacted. If we can go down to, just scroll down, please. Okay. So you have a phone call at 1300 hours, I think, with Deputy Minister Rob Stewart. He says that there are 300
commercial CMV, that's commercial vehicles.
Yes.
Over the past 6 months, we have been investigating as well as exposing the truth behind all of these food processing plants that have been catching on fire and burning to the ground, the Dutch farmers in the Netherlands protesting against.
So something big is going on with our society, with our people, with our young people, particularly our young men. Something is happening, and I think we kind of know what's happening, but it's just, I don't know, it's this big elephant in the room, and it's just swept under the rug, right? Nobody's talking about it. Nobody's allowed to talk about this, and it's kind of scary, guys. It's kind of sketchy. It's kind of just makes you worried. Makes you worried about the future of what is coming next if this is already happening now. What happens in 3 to 5 years? What's going to happen? Makes you a little worried. All right. So this article is out of the Telegraph, the London Telegraph, and all their sources are completely verified. I'm just going to essentially just quote what they're saying, and you guys can let me know what you think is happening, right? Because we know how this goes, right? We know how it is.
却这艰难追索。
猝不及防闯入你的校园。
So the numbers present us with only one choice. Next week, I intend to sign an extension of our stay-at-home order with some modifications through Saturday, May 30th. To everyone listening, we are in possibly the most difficult part of this journey. I know how badly we all want our normal lives back.
Well, it didn't put me out of a job, so you gotta do the best I can. About 15 days, bills decide to pile up. Rent is due. I can pay rent, but after the 30th, I don't know. People chopping like flies, and the young folks really don't realize it. They the ones giving the older folks, the virus. So I can understand. It's best to be safe.
I think it's important for us to be listening to what the nurses and the doctors and the people who are taking care of this are telling us. In terms of statewide, I think we are better with our policies than a lot of the other kind of states are doing that are kind of giving into these idiotic protests.
The neighbors are more friendly because we're chilling on the porch a lot. So we got to know our neighbors a bit. But have been trying to keep my distance. I was on a run on the way down here, and I got yelled at by a man because I ran too close to him, I guess. So trying to be mindful that some people are handling it differently than others.
I think it's a good idea. It will be dangerous if we started being in crowded spaces, if the kids go back to school. And I feel bad for the people whose jobs are affected for this, but I think that the alternative is having a lot more sick people and more deaths.
I wish more people took it seriously so then we could be outside.
Right.
You see people outside with masks, you see some without it. You see on social media, people are having parties, other people are not doing anything. So I don't know, I guess it just depends on the person at this point.
Right. And they're gonna see in the long run how it affects them.
now. He literally just fell to the floor, and I can guarantee you he had the vaccine. Watch it.
I'm allowed to record. I'm allowed to record. Why not?
I'm being a person. Sí.
Und natürlich kommt eigentlich jede Investition im Bildungsbereich den Kindern und Jugendlichen selbst zugute. Jedes Kind ist
Arvoisa puhemies, selonteossa ja valiokunnan mietinnöissä mainitaan monenlaisia ja ihan todellisia haasteita Suomen turvallisuudelle. Niistä puuttuu kuitenkin tällä hetkellä arjessamme enemmän kuin läsnä oleva Suomen ja suomalaisten turvallisuuteen erittäin vakavasti kohdistuva haaste. Tarkoitan niin kutsuttuja koronarokotteita, jotka ovat myös jakaneet kansamme kahtia, valveutuneisiin ja harhaan johdettuihin. Arvoisat kollegat, saatan nyt tietoonne seuraavan informaation, ettekä te tämän kuultuanne voi enää koskaan vedota tietämättömyyteen liittyen siihen riskiin, mille Suomen kansalaiset on altistettu. Suomi injektoi parhaillaan kansalaisiinsa myrkkyjä, jotka on naamioitu koronarokotteiksi. Ensimmäiseksi, kuunnelkaa tarkkaan. Yhdelläkään Suomessa injektoitavalla koronarokotteeksi naamioidulla myrkyllä ei ole myyntilupaa, vaan ainoastaan Euroopan lääkeviraston ehdollinen markkinointilupa. Ehdollisen luvan ehdossa lukee, että lupa on ehdollinen ja että, sitaatti alkaa, saatavilla olevien tietojen on osoitettava, että lääkkeen hyödyt ilmoituksia on 3000 virastoa vähemmän kuin nyt. Jos kuntamme pelastamisen eteen. Lopuksi, jos te johdatte kansalaisia vielä harhaan kertomalla heille esimerkiksi satuja, että rokotteet ovat turvallisia ja että niillä on myyntilupa, te osallistutte tahallaan useaan rikokseen, josta vakavin saattaa olla kansanmurha. Muistutan vielä kerran kaikkia, siis ihan jokaista. Rikoksesta tulee tahallinen, kun sen tekee tietoisesti. Nyt te kaikki olette tietoisia. Kiitos. אנשים, זה מפייזר, אני יכול לדבר. זה מפייזר, אנשים, זה מפייזר.
נותן לכם גוף.
ไม่เขาชักแล้วนะเห็นไหมเขาชักแล้วว่าทำไมไม่เอาแมสออกก็หายใจยังไงโอ้ยเร็วๆโอ้ย
like the message is not being heard?
Well, I think there are some people that are concerned about getting vaccinated, and I understand that. This is a crazy time. But the fact of the matter is, if you get vaccinated, you're not going to the hospital and you're not dying. And we need to get past this notion of something either eliminates your chance of getting COVID or it's worthless, which is, I think, where a lot of people are stuck.
Do you feel like the message is not being heard?
Оля, какие-то есть после этой прививки?
Врачи.
Она сказала, что у нее рука болит. Ну, у нее боль от боли, опять сознание теряет. Можете до грамма. Раз,
Нет, у него судороги. Ой, бедненький, молоденький. Блядь, пиздец. Аж судорога трусится, бедно. Какой кошмар.
The epidemic of allegedly unexplained teenage deaths continues to shock us all. A student in Solihull had the jab, suffered blood clots, had a cardiac arrest and died. A 17-year-old girl died less than 24 hours after a jab. A child died in Essex, another died in Leicester, and so on. According to the UK government's own figures published on the expose.uk, child deaths are 52% higher than the 5-year average since the jabbing started. And yet, officially, these are all unexplained. There is an epidemic of coincidental deaths. Perfectly healthy children are suddenly dropping dead, and that's something incredibly rare. Tragically, it's now becoming common. And still the authorities deny the link. The mainstream media and the medical establishment, their allegiances bought and paid for, refuse to accept the obvious explanation that those children are being murdered by the unnecessary experimental jab they're being pressured to take. Myocarditis and pericarditis are repeatedly described as minor inconveniences, when in reality they can be deadly, and many of those affected will be dead within 5 years. An important paper published in the Journal of the American Medical Association on the 4th of August 2021 reported that myocarditis developed rapidly in younger patients, mostly after the second jab, whereas pericarditis affected older patients after either the first or the second dose. There's talk, of course, predictably, of the underreporting of adverse events, and usually between 1% and 10% are reported, so the figures are much worse than most people think.
Before your 6 months is up, then you will get a message, and your vaccination certificate, the thing that gets you the green tick, you'll be prompted to go and book a time to go and have your booster shot. There may be state clinics in that, or it might be all done through GPs and pharmacy. That hasn't been worked through yet. We're happy to play our part though. So it'll be about the maintenance of your vaccination status.
A lot of protection against serious illness and death, but it doesn't protect you against catching the disease, and it doesn't protect you against passing it on. So now is the time to get your booster. A lot of protection against serious illness and death, but it doesn't protect you against catching the disease, and it doesn't protect you against passing it on. So now is the time to get your booster.
In Taiwan, the number of people dying after their COVID vaccination is exceeding the number of deaths from the virus itself. Taiwan's health authorities say that as of Monday, deaths after vaccination reached 865, while deaths from the virus are at 845. Vaccines currently offered in Taiwan include AstraZeneca, Moderna, Pfizer-BioNTech, and Taiwan's own vaccine, Medigen. Out of the 865 deaths after vaccination, over 600 were from AstraZeneca and nearly 200 deaths after Moderna shot.
Myocarditis, pericarditis, official FDA warnings. We are at astronomical numbers of hospitalizations, ER visits, etc. We're at, shockingly, 26,000 Americans now permanently disabled after the vaccines that the CDC is telling us. Permanently disabled. Now, who answers for that? That's more than a war. That's more than the Iraq War. These are permanently disabled Americans. So death and disability, it's clear, are coming after these vaccines, and they're strongly temporally related. I mean temporally related. It's like a shotgun. It's like a shotgun. We have two separate analyses, one by Rose, one by McLachlan, independent analyses, U.S. Spares data. 50% of these deaths occur within 48 hours. 50%, 80% within a week. No wonder people are protesting. No wonder you have to take a vaccine. People are saying, wait a minute, I see this. I'm on the internet. I could die. Employees are saying, I don't want to take the vaccine because I could die. It's not that I'm anti-vax. It's just I don't want to die. Isn't that okay that I don't want to die? No wonder there's tension. I mean, come on, think about it. We have 20 million kids who go off to college every year. They take the meningococcal vaccine. You haven't seen any protests over the meningococcal vaccine. I'm a doctor. I take hepatitis B and influenza vaccine. Have you seen people protesting over the hepatitis B vaccine outside the hospital? No. I mean, are there COVID vaccine protests? Of course, because people know that this is an unbelievable shotgun risk. McLachlan, Queen's University in London, analyzed the data. 86% of the deaths with separate independent adjudicators. It has no other explanation. It was the vaccine. And on 2 occasions now, our CDC has said, 3 occasions now, I believe, is March, June, and September, our CDC, in no announcement on their website, has said, CDC and FDA doctors have reviewed all the deaths and none are related to the vaccine. None. Including the ones that happened in the vaccine center and they're doing CPR right there. No, not related to the vaccine.
It says here, remember, the mRNA vaccine has never been previously been used in humans. Look how many people have been injured in the UK and have died. These are all the adverse reactions. And then you've got all the different, the vaccines. And then at the bottom, look at the amount of people that have died in the USA, EU, the UK. Only 1% is reported. So, like, there's a lot of people that hasn't even reported these because they didn't realise. Yeah, it's really not good. Cannot be sued for causing harm. This is why I do not want it, and I do not want Dad. And you really need to think about before you keep having boosters and all, because it ain't good.
So train driver just dropped to the floor. We're in Houston now. And he literally just fell to the floor, and I can guarantee you he had the vaccine. Watch it.
I'm allowed to record. I'm allowed to record. Why not? Sí.
Natürlich kommt eigentlich jede Investition im Bildungsbereich den Kindern und Jugendlichen selbst zugute. Jedes Kind ist...
Arvoisa puhemies, selonteossa ja valiokunnan mietinnöissä mainitaan monenlaisia ja ihan todellisia haasteita Suomen turvallisuudelle. Niistä puuttuu kuitenkin tällä hetkellä arjessamme enemmän kuin läsnä oleva Suomen ja suomalaisten turvallisuuteen erittäin vakavasti kohdistuva haaste. Tarkoitan niin kutsuttuja koronarokotteita. jotka ovat myös jakaneet kansamme kahtia, valveutuneisiin ja harhaan johdettuihin. Arvoisat kollegat, saatan nyt tietoonne seuraavan informaation, ettekä te tämän kuultuanne voi enää koskaan vedota tietämättömyyteen liittyen siihen riskiin, mille Suomen kansalaiset on altistettu. Suomi injektoi parhaillaan kansalaisiinsa myrkkyjä, jotka on naamioitu koronarokotteiksi. Ensimmäiseksi, kuunnelkaa tarkkaan. Yhdelläkään Suomessa injektoitavalla koronarokotteeksi naamioidulla myrkyllä ei ole myyntilupaa, vaan ainoastaan Euroopan lääkeviraston ehdollinen markkinointilupa. Ehdollisen luvan ehdossa lukee, että lupa on ehdollinen ja että, sitaatti alkaa, saatavilla olevien tietojen on osoitettava, että lääkkeen hyödyt ylittävät sen riskit. Sitaatti päättyy. Toiseksi, arvoisat kollegat, median toitotuksesta huolimatta Suomessa ei ole virallisesti vielä kuollut yhtään ihmistä koronaan. THL:n mukaan viralliset kuolinsyyt julkaistaan 2020 vuoden osalta vasta vuonna 2022. Fimean mukaan Suomessa on kuitenkin kuollut 78 ihmistä koronarokotteeseen ja vakavia käsiteltyjä haittailmoituksia on 1306 ja käsittelemättömiä ilmoituksia on 3630. Noin 57% käsitellyistä ilmoituksista haitat on arvioitu vakaviksi. Lähde tälle on Fimea. Kolmanneksi, koronarokotteiksi naamioitujen myrkkyjen ehdollisissa markkinointiluvissa lukee myös, sitaatti alkaa, hakijan tulee pystyä toimittamaan kattavat kliiniset tiedot tulevaisuudessa, sitaatti päättyy. Hyvät kollegat, tämä teksti on suoraan Euroopan lääkeviraston EMAn sivuilta. Olen sanonut täällä useasti, että kyseessä on ihmiskoe. Suomalaisille ei ole kerrottu Nürnbergin säännöstön vastaisesti, että kyseessä on ihmiskoe. Nyt tällä puheella olen tehnyt teidät kaikki sekä median edustajat tietoiseksi siitä, että kyseessä on ihmiskoe ja että sen tulokset ovat hirveitä. Vertailun vuoksi edellinen keskeytetty pieleen mennyt rokotekokeilu Pandemrix keskeytettiin, kun haittavaikutuksia oli 32 kertaa vähemmän kuin nyt. Kysynkin nyt teiltä kaikilta. Kuinka monen ihmisen tulee kuolla tai vammautua, että saamme keskeytettyä tämän ihmisten tappamisen ja vammauttamisen? Hyvät kollegat ja arvoisat median edustajat, te olette nyt tietoisia kansakuntaamme kohtaavasta äärimmäisen vakavasta turvallisuusuhasta ja siitä, että koronainjektioiden haitat ylittävät hyödyt. Teillä ei ole enää syytä olla toimimatta kansakuntamme pelastamisen eteen. Lopuksi, jos te johdatte kansalaisia vielä harhaan kertomalla heille esimerkiksi satuja, että rokotteet ovat turvallisia ja että niillä on myyntilupa, te osallistutte tahallaan useaan rikokseen, josta vakavin saattaa olla kansanmurha. Muistutan vielä kerran kaikkia, siis ihan jokaista. Rikoksesta tulee tahallinen, kun sen tekee tietoisesti. Nyt te kaikki olette tietoisia. Kiitos.
אני יכול לדבר. זה מפייזר, אנשים. זה מפייזר. תיסון! אלוהים נותן לכם גוף!
Mr. Freeman, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Good to see you again. So, Mr. Freeman, you sat down with Commission Council last month for an interview. You recall that? I do. So let's pull up WTS 6021. We've prepared a summary of that interview, and you've had a chance to review it with your council.
I have.
Do you have any changes to make to the summary?
There is one change I'd like to make.
Okay.
It's towards the end. There's a reference to tow trucks that were supplied or coordinated to, I believe it says we supplied 10 to the city of Ottawa.
Okay.
Send 10 to the city
We could scroll down to try and find that.
Very close to the end. I think keep going. Keep going. Yes, so it says here in this paragraph that's at the bottom of the page, Mr. Freeman's understanding is that MTO sourced some heavy tow trucks for Ottawa and up to 10 tow trucks for Windsor. It's actually 10 for Ottawa. For Windsor, we provided a contact name for a tow truck to the OPP, but I don't believe they used that tow truck operator.
Great, thank you. Any other changes?
No.
Wonderful, so we'll have that entered into evidence. So Mr. Freeman, could you start by telling us your current position?
Currently, I'm the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Corporate Services Division at the Ministry of Transportation, which is also the Chief Administrative Officer.
And I understand that wasn't your position during the events of January and February earlier this year.
Yeah, that's correct. At the time, I was the Assistant Deputy Minister of the Policy and Planning Division at MTO.
And can you tell us briefly what your responsibilities are and were at the time?
Yeah, so as the Assistant Deputy Minister in Policy and Planning, I was responsible for developing long-term transportation plans, developing transportation policies. We had a unit that was responsible for intergovernmental relations, as well as other policy coordination type activities.
Okay. And what generally is the MTO's mandate?
Well, MTO's mandate is to provide safety for the transportation network, to do operating of the provincial highway system, to provide long-term transportation planning for Ontario's transportation system, and other safety and operational activities related to the transportation system.
And your role within that is the lead on policy development.
That's right.
And who do you report to?
I report to the Deputy Minister of Transportation.
And who was the Deputy Minister at the time?
It was Deputy Minister Laurie LeBlanc at the start. About halfway through the protest period in mid-February, we had the Deputy Minister retired, and we had a new Deputy Minister, Doug Jones. There was a very brief period where an associate took over for a few days.
Okay. And how many other Assistant Deputy Ministers are there?
There are 6 other Assistant Deputy Ministers.
Okay. Do you regularly have direct contact with the Minister of Transportation of Transport?
Not daily, but regular, probably weekly, sometimes less or more, depending on the circumstance and what's happening.
And what kind of contact would have had you have had with her during these events?
During the events, we had occasional briefings with her to give her updates on what was happening operationally and the support that the ministry was providing, as well as discussions on what else could the ministry do from a regulatory or policy perspective.
Okay. And what role did the minister have then in responding to these events?
I don't know that the minister had a direct role in responding to the events. The government's response, the government of Ontario's response, was being coordinated through the Minister of the Solicitor General. So she would have certainly had a role in terms of the mandate that I spoke to at the beginning, that she would exercise that, but I don't think she had a specific role in regards to these protests.
Thanks. Can you tell us generally what acts and regulations MTO is responsible for enforcing?
The main act would be the Highway Traffic Act. I think there's quite a few other acts that we also enforce or have responsibility for, but our key act is the Highway Traffic Act.
And am I correct that both police as well as MTO officers can enforce the provisions of the Highway Traffic Act?
That's correct. I don't know if our enforcement officers enforce all aspects of the Highway Traffic Act. I think there's certain elements of that they do, among other legislation as well.
So in some cases, MTO officers could enforce independently. In others, they would require enforcement by police.
Correct.
Okay, I'd like to go to ONT 50447. So this is an email dated January 21st from Jessica Barton, who I understand is at the MTO. And if we go to the second paragraph, it says the convoy is expected to start in some areas of Ontario on January 25th, ending travel to Ottawa January 29th at noon. Primarily, it will be bobtail trucks, but may also include four-wheel vehicles and trailers as well. Currently, there's no estimated number of trucks. However, it is expected to be in the thousands into Ottawa. Did you receive this briefing? Yeah, if you go up, you can see the recipient list of this email.
No, I wouldn't be part of that distribution list.
Was this information that was generally available to you at this time on the 21st?
No, this would be, so this is our enforcement branch that this is being referred to, so the transportation enforcement branch. I wouldn't have any dealings with them for this issue at this time.
And so can you maybe just tell us who the ADM for that branch would be, or was at the time?
That would have been the ADM of our Transportation Safety Division, which was Shelley Unterlander.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell us, do you have information on what MTO did at this time upon receiving this type of information in anticipation of the events?
My understanding is the Transportation Safety Division developed an operational plan, which would be normal course of action for them to do, which would speak to what the officers, what's the flow of information, what their anticipated role might be, kind of rules of engagements for officers. I would also imagine, although I don't have direct knowledge of it, that our operations division would also connect with police through likely the OPP to see if there was any sort of information that might be needed from highway operations. So, for example, changeable message signs, any support that might be needed for police. But I don't have specific knowledge as to what activities they took at this time.
Okay.
But those would typically be the types of actions that would happen for an event such as this.
And if we can go to ONT 405150, I just want you to confirm, I believe this is a copy of that, that plan that you just mentioned that was developed. Is that the plan you mentioned?
Yes, this would be it.
Okay. And again, the purpose of that plan was to kind of anticipate what type of actions MTO officers would be required to take as part of this event?
That's right.
And do you know what was anticipated at that time for possible actions they would take?
Well, from my review of the document previously, they were expecting a peaceful protest. They would not be directly engaging with the protest, but that they would, be available if police needed assistance with any sort of expertise around commercial truck inspections and those types of that type of work.
Okay. So have you had a chance to review Ontario's institutional report?
Yes.
It's been provided, yes.
Yes.
So we don't necessarily need to pull that up, but it states that on February 4th, MTO officers began supporting the OPP with issues arising from the planned protest at Queen's Park in Toronto. Do you recall that?
I do.
And I guess what support was being provided?
My understanding was there wasn't any direct support that was needed. The officers were patrolling the GTA highways to be visible, but they weren't directly engaging in the protest activities.
And would engagement have been only subject to a request by OPP?
Yes.
Okay. And that request didn't come, I take it?
That's my understanding.
And the request for that support, for that visibility in Toronto around that time, that would have been on OPP's request?
Yes.
Do you know whether there was any requests by either OPP or OPS for a similar kind of presence in Ottawa ahead of the arrival of the convoy in Ottawa?
I'm not aware of a request for that.
How many, just to provide us with some context, how many MTO officers are there in the province?
There's approximately 150.
Okay. And I take it that those, the MTO is able to deploy those to different areas as necessary?
It can be done. It's not typical. Typical, they will operate out of specific regions and locations, but if needed, they can be.
Okay. Do you know if that was done in the present case, redeployment?
That's my understanding, is that officers were redeployed to Ottawa at the request of the OPP, towards the back end of the protest.
Okay. In the institutional report, it states that on February 4th, there was a meeting between the MTO, Transport Canada, and others to discuss certain measures that might be available. If we can pull up ONT 402759. If we can just go down to the next email. Yes, so this is an email that you sent, I understand, with a summary of the calls. I understand there was a first call on a 4th and then a follow-up on the 5th. Is that correct?
That's right.
And this is your summary of those calls?
The one that's showing here is my summary of the February 5th call.
Okay.
I'm not sure if further down it summarizes the 4th.
Okay. I want to touch on a couple points in
Sure.
this email. So here at the point that starts by number 1, it says, I guess I'll start just above that. They being Transport Canada, correct?
Yes.
Are looking for the following, and then you ask for a response to this. You say, point 1, can we provide the impacts of any charges that could be laid to truck drivers, operators? For example, types of charges that lead to CVOR points. What are potential impacts of that? Insurance, sanctions, contracts? Are there other potential non-CVOR impacts? So what was the inquiry here from Transport Canada? What were they looking for?
Transport Canada was interested in understanding if police laid charges, or even if there was the threat of laying charges, what would be the impact to commercial? As an example, that might
Response was?
Transport Canada raised that, I can't remember if it's New Brunswick or Nova Scotia, but one of the Atlantic provinces had, I don't know if it was under emergency orders or what, but they had legislation in place that where there was similar situations that were impacting critical infrastructure, so not related to safety, but related to protests or civil unrest, that there were substantial financial penalties included in their legislation. So Transport Canada was interested if anything existed in Ontario, and I wasn't aware of anything, and I don't believe we found anything that existed in Ontario that would be helpful.
Thank you. It continues at point 3. Tow operators, are there any incentives we might recommend to get them to help if needed, or penalties if they don't? And then you say this is a tough one, as I'm not sure we have any direct contracts with them, et cetera, et cetera. So can you explain again what the nature of the request was here and what the response was?
Yeah, I think simply put, Transport Canada was just wanting to know, should police need heavy tow trucks? Would MTO have direct contracts with tow operators that would be able to be deployed in the city of Ottawa? And so my comment there was that excuse me, I didn't believe that we did have contracts with tow operators that would be applicable inside municipalities. But I was asking the question for them to find out.
And what did you find out on that point?
We did not.
Thank you. Let's go to ONT 50311. While we're pulling that up, we've heard from the City of Ottawa that they asked the Deputy Minister of Transportation whether there was anything that could be done in regards to truckers' insurance or CVORs, but that the province wasn't prepared to do anything in that respect. So I guess my question is that accurate? What's your response to that?
Yeah, there's several documents, I think, in the record that that speak to questions around this. So maybe if I could just try and explain the CVOR,
yes,
how it works. So, and I think the deputy speaks to it a little bit here, but the way that the CVOR regulation works is it's a process by which there's escalating penalties and by which a safety record is built over time that allows the deputy registrar to take action. So what I mean by that is based on an operator's safety record. So based on the inspections that they have, the convictions that they have, or on-road events, so collisions, they accumulate points. And as they accumulate points on their record, the province takes escalating sanctions towards them. So it starts with kind of warning letters. It might involve an interview to talk to them about their safety practices. And then it would move to perhaps suspensions or other kind of actions to try and redirect them, perhaps a safety audit, up to eventually it could include a cancellation. At the time that we issue a cancellation or throughout this process, they're given written notice that this has happened. They're at the time of a cancellation, and then they are allowed to seek a hearing or a response in writing to the deputy registrar. There's based on that, there's also an appeals process that they're allowed to go through as well. So I think that was the challenge that we were trying to communicate to Transport Canada and the City of Ottawa at the time, was that the Highway Traffic Act itself and the CVOR is built around this process or these procedures that are well understood by the courts, well understood by industry, and to protect the legitimacy of it, we couldn't try and use that process to do something different. And that was the challenge that we were trying to articulate until the emergencies orders were put in place, where it was a different regime. And I'm sure we'll get into that later.
Thank you. That's helpful, and we will get to that. So if we can go, these are minutes taken from, or a summary of a call between the city, the federal government, the provincial government on February 6th. And if we can go to page 6, my understanding is you weren't present at this call, correct?
Correct.
Your deputy minister was present.
That's right.
So if we can go down. So right there, so here we have a few points, a summary of what was said by the deputy minister, correct?
Yes.
And here first it says on tow trucks, they will be working with the private sector to see what's available and can be provided. Are you aware of what efforts MTO made to work with the private sector to obtain tow trucks at that time?
We started investigating this right away, and had great difficulty finding tow truck operators that were willing to help. We looked at. We do have some arrangements with tow truck operators, not in municipal, but on highways, in certain highways, as well as in our truck inspection stations, some of them. So we started contacting them, as well as any other providers. We spoke to some of their, stakeholder representatives that represent the tow truck industry, and had very little luck. Eventually, we were able to find a few that would agree to help out. But my understanding was, and I wasn't directly involved in this, but my understanding from those that were, that it was a very difficult process to try and find tow truck operators that would be willing to help.
And are you aware of what was making that so difficult?
It was the threat of to their livelihoods, to their business, and to their drivers. They had indicated to us that there was a lot of social media that was obviously, and a lot in the news about this, and so I think they were very worried that these are also their customers, that if they participated in this, they wouldn't have any business. But I even know when some names did leak out, they were inundated with calls and threats, and I believe some backed out as a result of that as well.
And in the end, I think you've already said in your correction to your witness statement, MTO was able to find 10 tow trucks that were deployed to Ottawa?
That's right.
Okay. And how were those found?
Just through calls, through contacts that were made by in our operations division. They were calling, late into the nights to try and find someone, and eventually a small number, one or two, said yes.
And would those have been made available to the OPP?
Correct. We didn't actually contract with them directly. They were we just helped facilitate for the purposes of the OPP.
Do you know if the powers available under the Emergencies Act were used to secure those 10 tow trucks?
My understanding from the area that was working with them, they weren't used directly. They weren't forced to do it, but the indemnification that came in the federal emergency order was helpful because they were worried about damage to their vehicles. I was told they couldn't get insurance, so I don't know if this tipped the scales or not. I wasn't part of those discussions and when they made their decisions, but I understand that insurance was an issue for them and that this was helpful.
Thank you. Second point says, from an enforcement perspective, the MTO is providing assistance where requested. However, enforcement resources are limited. Can you explain in what that referred to and what way were they limited?
I think just to the point of there's about 150 officers spread around the entire province, doing their daily safety mandate. So that's a limited number compared to, I think, the numbers that were being talked about for police, and certainly small compared to the size of the police forces across the province.
Was there ever a shortage of MTO officers being requested to be deployed in this event, or was it more so just getting them to where they needed to be?
I don't think, to my knowledge, there was never a request for resources that we weren't able to meet. This was early in the dialogue that was happening, where the Ministry of Transportation was brought in. So I think she was more making a point that, it's much larger than some small municipal police forces, but it's much smaller than the OPP has, for example, that we just don't have a large pool of resources to direct to help.
The third point here, in response to the point about using licensing and sanctioning as a tool, I think maybe you've already touched on this a little bit, but could you maybe explain this short-term, long-term dilemma?
I believe what she's referring to here is the point that I was making when I described the CVOR regime, where, or even licensing, for example, where points are accumulated on a driver record or a carrier record based on, convictions and things that actually happen. And that takes time, so for that to happen, if there was a desire to see us jump to, for example, as some have indicated, just start to cancel CVORs, I think she was trying to make the point that that's not how we deploy that legislation. It's done through the process that I outlined before, which takes actually quite a bit of time to move through the system.
And so your evidence then is that there was no mechanism to apply that kind of penalty in the short term.
That's right.
Okay. Last point, in addition, it seems that many of the trucks are from outside the province, and it adds a layer of complexity to the enforcement of the licensing regime. Can you explain what that additional complexity is when it comes to out-of-province vehicles?
The trucking industry is regulated provincially across the country. So if you're a trucking company that's home base is in Alberta, for example, the province of Alberta regulates that trucking company. Ontario does not. So I think she was simply referring to that even notwithstanding the time that it would take to sanction an Ontario carrier, we don't actually regulate out-of-province carriers. So I think she was just trying to speak to that each jurisdiction regulates those trucking companies in their home province.
And I think my understanding from your interview summary is that while the convictions would have some interjurisdictional impact, Ontario had no way of imposing penalties on outside of the province vehicles.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I just want to put to you, in relation to this call, there was testimony from Mr. Steve Kanalakos, the City of Ottawa's city manager. He recalled that during this call, the issue was raised of what tools were available from MTO's perspective, and he recalled that Ms. Leblanc seemed to be a little miffed that she got put on the spot and basically said, "I'll get back to you, I'll look into it," and never did. So I'm just wondering if you heard about that interaction, if you have any response to that.
I didn't.
Okay, thank you. Are you aware of any more detailed response on kind of the points you've outlined to me being provided to the City of Ottawa at any point outside of this call?
I'm not aware of direct conversations with the City of Ottawa. Most of our interactions were done through the interactions that I was involved in were through Transport Canada.
Okay. Thank you. So let's pull up ssm.can.50363. So my understanding from the institutional report is that Deputy Minister Leblanc attended a FTP, Federal Provincial Territorial meeting with federal counterparts to discuss transportation enforcement responses to the protests. So that would have been on the 7th. And if we go down, these are the notes from that call. You're familiar with those?
Yes, I've seen these.
And you know what the purpose of this meeting was?
Can you just, on Monday, I think I don't recall the specific purpose of this meeting, but I do know that because there were several meetings that were happening on Monday. And at that point, there was a desire to try and understand the options that could be deployed by transportation ministries, and getting situational updates based on what was happening in each jurisdiction. I suspect that's what the discussion was here, but I would need to just look at the notes again.
Okay. Well, here we can start at the top here. It says TC proposal, maximum enforcement strategy. You're familiar with that strategy that was put forward by Transport Canada?
I'm familiar. I'm not necessarily that term of maximum enforcement strategy. I am familiar with a document that they created called an enforcement strategy.
Okay. So let's go down to page 2. And it says here under Ontario, on the second point, collective enforcement rather than maximum enforcement. I understand that to be Ontario's response to to Transport Canada's proposal. Are you able to explain what was being proposed as a change to the Fed's proposal?
I've read this, and I'm sorry, I don't know what's intended by that statement. And I'm wondering, can you go back up to? I'm wondering if this was, and just like right to the top. I'm just wondering if it shows the. Oh no, it doesn't show the attendees. Sorry. Okay, I'm just not sure if this was the call that Deputy Minister LeBlanc was on, or whether it was Deputy Di Tommaso that might have also been on this, because I think joint PSTC might have been transportations and Solicitor General. So it might, because a statement like that around enforcement doesn't sound like something that would have come from the Ministry of Transportation.
It's helpful, so we can ask him then. From our interviews with Transport Canada, they seem to have understood that Ontario was concerned about being perceived to be directing law enforcement agencies in how they were carrying out their functions. Would you agree with that characterization?
Well, again, that would be the Solicitor General, and I would say, I think there would be a general sentiment that in the Ontario government that they do not direct police forces.
And that was part of what guided MTO's response?
Well, not quite, because MTO certainly would not direct police, but our role in this was to support police. So I would say that was more of our guiding principle, rather than that we don't direct them. We're further removed from that in these types of events where there's a protest or it's a public order issue. Police lead the response, and Ministry of Transportation is there only to assist. I would say that would be our more fundamental principle, is how we would respond in all cases here.
And so would you agree then that in addition to the various practical concerns around the actual enforcement powers that were available, MTO was also concerned about only stepping in assistance to police and upon their request? Is that fair to say?
I think so, and maybe I would add to that too. We would want to be careful not to interfere with what was a police-led response. What I mean by that is, police would be, as I'm sure, I know the Commission has heard, developing plans, developing communication strategies, all of these things. we would not want to, as in our role as just playing an assisting role, somehow inadvertently create a problem for what police were planning to do. So I would say, the principle was we are there to assist, but we are also, more importantly, not there to not somehow interfere with what they were doing as well.
Thank you. If we could go to ONT 6095. So this is an email from you with some key takeaways from a meeting earlier on February 8th with representatives from Transport Canada. So if we can go to page 2. Here we go. So maybe you just go up first to the top of that email. So this is an email from yourself to the Deputy Minister, and you're briefing her on the key points from that call, correct?
Yes.
So if we can go back down past the redactions there. So it says, and I think this may go to what we were just talking about, SolGen is the Ontario lead for anything to do with enforcement of legal regulatory authority. Communications requests should go through them to ensure consistency, and nothing is taken out of context. Is that essentially reflective of what you've just told me?
It is. And in reading this, I would probably position it a little bit differently, in that police are the lead for anything to do with enforcement. SolGen was the coordinating body from an Ontario government perspective. I think, in writing that out, I probably used I just want to kind of clarify that, because I don't think SolGen was the lead for enforcement. I think that was police. But from an Ontario government response, SolGen was coordinating that.
And so is your understanding that enforcement issues, enforcement requests would come through OPP through to SolGen, and then if MTO was needed, those requests would be channeled through SolGen to the MTO?
Actually, no. So if there was requests from police, they would go directly to MTO, either our operations division to support with, signage and those types of things, or to our transportation enforcement branch for assistance there. SolGen would more be a coordinating body from a government response to this. So I think what we were trying to position here is that when the federal government was reaching out to Ontario ministries, so Ministry of Transportation, we really wanted to try and funnel the response through SolGen, who were at meetings and they were more involved than Ministry of Transportation was. So we didn't want to be sending up information that perhaps would be different than what the policing strategy or the enforcement strategy might be from SolGen, who are having more direct conversations with the police.
And would I be right to say that this isn't necessarily the usual approach for MTO, that it would apply in every circumstance? It's unique to the type of activity in this case, that would be police led?
Sorry, can you just when you mean usual activities?
So in the normal course, MTO would be able to enforce without coordination with police.
Yes. If it's a transportation safety initiative, so our transportation enforcement officers have a mandate and they deploy that mandate regularly. It does not involve policing, for example. They don't have the powers to arrest, or they certainly I would say if it was any protest, whether it was of this magnitude or even a small protest, police would lead the response to that.
Moving to the second point, in Ontario, license demerits and operator registration points are affected by convictions, not charges. That point is just a reiteration of the fact that this is a long-term process, correct?
That's right. I think the only thing we were just clarifying there is that the point on convictions, not charges. So for something to affect an operator's record, it has to be a conviction, not simply a charge.
Obviously, and a conviction taking some time, it has to work through the court system.
That's right.
And then the final point, MTO enforcement is ready to assist with commercial vehicle enforcement that supports its road safety mandate at the request of police. And so going to maybe your earlier point, why was this different that MTO would only act at the request of police? Is it because it was a public order issue?
Yes.
And had there been any requests from police for assistance at this point? Again, we're
Could you just remind me of the date of this?
February 8th.
Actually, I believe on February the 8th is when, so yes, there had been requests of police. So the weekend before, where there was the protest in Toronto, where we were asked to kind of patrol. So there was those requests, and I believe it was on February the 8th that the OPP asked that transportation enforcement officers be under their command for the purposes of the response.
Okay. And so essentially, and was that second response that was complied with, I guess, by
Yes.
MTO? Okay. If we can go to ONT 50458. So this is an email from Parm Batal. Who is he?
Parm is the director of the MTO enforcement program.
Okay. If we can go down. Okay. So he says, I just got off a call with OPP Chief Superintendent Rowan Thompson. There will be a request coming through Solgen, I guess, to request a couple of things. Heavy tow and information and support. I think we've already talked about that. And then it says MTO enforcement support. MTO enforcement officers would be put under the incident command of the OPP to assist with ongoing protests across the province. That's the request you were just referring to?
Yes.
And so effectively, MTO officers would be available to the OPP, but they would only act at their request. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that request, as you already said, was approved by MTO?
Yes.
If we can go to ONT 50460. This is another email from Mr. Batal. If we can just go down a bit more, down. If we can go up. Up. Okay. So it's this paragraph under the bold. The role that MTO officers would do can include patrolling highways as a deterrent, provide intelligence on highways, be a subject matter expert on CMVs. What are CMVs?
Commercial motor vehicles.
Thank you. For the OPP, provide CMV expertise to municipal police services and OPP. CVSA inspections. What are CVSA inspections?
It's Commercial Vehicle Safety Association, I believe. These are basically, that's a it's an organizing body, but it's basically what he's referring to there is doing mechanical inspections of commercial vehicles.
Dangerous goods support and providing other support as required. The work will be coordinated through OPP Emergency Operations Center, and MTO enforcement officers will be fully embraced within the OPP Incident Command for deployment and dispatch. So that's consistent with what you just told me, that they would be integrated within the OPP. And is the list I just went through there in that first sentence, is that consistent with your understanding of what they would be doing in support of the OPP?
Yes.
If we can just go up to the top of this email, just right up to the top. So are you aware of what was the purpose of this email?
I don't know who he's sending to. It looks I'm assuming he's sending it to all of the entire MTO enforcement officer group. So I think I think it's information sharing. So knowing that this is what's happening, and to make sure officers are aware of what their responsibilities are.
So it's effectively to brief officers on what the agreement is between OPP and MTO.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know they ultimately updated the operational plans, et cetera, to accommodate this, but I suspect this was having just been informed and agreed to that's what they were doing. They were making sure officers were aware as quick as possible.
Okay. Let's go to ONT 50461. If we can scroll down, I think there's a portion in bold. This is, sorry, before we go down. So this is an enforcement directive. So is this a directive that would have been issued to all enforcement officers?
Yes.
Okay. So this is February 9th. If we can go down, there's a section in bold there. It says there, officers are not to engage in enforcement activities with individuals or vehicles participating with the Convoy for Freedom or related protest activities. What specifically was this meant to address?
This is basically making sure that officers understand that they're there in a supporting role for police based on, it's probably outlined in here as well, but similar to what you would have saw in the exhibit we just had, which was speaking to their role of helping with inspections, providing expertise, that type of role versus, making sure that they know they're not out there handing out tickets or doing those types of things.
And was this direction coming on request to the OPP, or was this a decision from MTO not to have officers conduct enforcement themselves?
I don't know where it came from, but it would be, it rings true as to the way that this type of, the approach and to this type of activity is, when there's a police-led initiative, police are there to do enforcement. We provide support and expertise within our mandate. But again, our officers are not, they're not armed, they don't have firearms and things like that, so they would not provide that type of support.
Thank you. So I'd like to go to ONT 50156. This is a February 8th letter from Deputy Minister Leblanc to Deputy Minister Michael Keenan of Transport Canada. You're familiar with this letter, correct?
Yes.
Were you involved in discussions around the drafting of this letter?
Yes.
Okay. And can you maybe explain what the purpose generally of this letter was? What was it in response to?
I think it was twofold. There had been a lot of discussions that we had back and forth between the Ministry of Transportation and Transport Canada, where we had committed to following up, and we wanted to make sure that our position was formally responded to. But I also think, you know, there was many discussions where the federal government or municipalities had made suggestions that, you know, why don't you just cancel CVOR as an example? Like, you know, why can't you use these types of powers? And we were trying to just make it clear that this, you know, we've looked into this and it's not possible. So we just wanted to make sure we went on record by describing what we felt we could and couldn't do, so that there was no kind of ambiguity to it. And the other piece was just to make sure the roles and responsibilities within the Ontario government was made clear, that SolGen, the Solicitor General's, the Ministry of Solicitor General, was the coordinating ministry body, and MTO was there to assist.
Okay. If we could go to the third paragraph in this letter. It says, starting at the second sentence, the Ministry of Transportation stands ready to provide support as needed to law enforcement in areas where the ministry is well placed to help, and we have been working closely with the Ministry of the Solicitor General, including the OPP, to assist where possible. This includes providing traffic management support, such as messaging signs and barriers to support traffic rerouting caused by the protests, and rigorously enforcing any convictions resulting from the protests. It also includes providing commercial vehicle enforcement support in ways that support the ministry's road safety mandate at the request of police. Ontario's response is being coordinated through the Ministry of the Solicitor General, and all requests should be directed through them. So was the federal government to understand then that all requests for MTO enforcement assistance were to come through police and to be communicated through the Solicitor General's office?
Requests from the federal government to the Ontario government, yeah, we were requesting that go through the Solicitor General. Okay. The Ministry of the Solicitor General, sorry, not the Solicitor General.
And so was the response here effectively communicating to the federal government that they were asking MTO to go beyond their enforcement capabilities?
No, I don't think that was the intent so much as, you know, in this part of the week, you know, the first half of the week of the, you know, started on, I guess, you know, from the 4th to the 8th or 9th when this was sent, there was a lot of reach out between different parties trying to get their arms around what's possible, what's not possible. And I think in Ontario, we were trying to put some order to our response so that we could be coordinated and, you know, most effectively support the operations. So I don't think it was meant to be anything more than that. It was to just try and put in a chain of commands, probably not the right language, but you know, a proper communication flow so that we could make sure that as an Ontario government, we were all working together to support as best as possible. But it wasn't to suggest that anybody was overreaching and it certainly wasn't to try and be unhelpful in any way. It was trying to help us be organized in our response.
And this last paragraph here on page 1, however, I want to clarify some potential misunderstanding on the applicability of driver's licenses and commercial vehicle operator permissions in a protest situation. I won't read the full paragraph, but essentially was the clarification here along the lines of what you've already provided on CVORs?
Yes.
Okay. Was the federal government asking MTO to apply sanctions under that regime, like without convictions?
I don't know if it was ever a direct ask, but it was certainly questions or comments that suggested we should be using all powers within our toolkit, including cancellations of CVORs. I don't think they were suggesting that, go against what is allowed by the Highway Traffic Act or going against procedures, but they also didn't understand all of the procedures. So I think it was them trying to understand, and in a very narrow review of the legislation, it could be interpreted that you could just do that. And we were trying to explain that the application of the legislation doesn't practically do that.
We'll see later that there were warning letters issued after the provincial state of emergency was declared of potential CVOR consequences under that law. Could that have been done prior to the invocation of the provincial emergency, to send warning letters about known potential violations?
I think technically anything is, you could send a warning letter to do something like that. We were never asked by police to do it, and it was a police-led response, so I would clarify that first. But I would also say I think we would be of the opinion that sending warning letters for something that we know we wouldn't deploy wouldn't be the right thing to do.
Okay. And was that type of measure ever contemplated or discussed as far as you know?
Certainly there was lots of discussions about what we could and couldn't do, including notifying commercial vehicle operators that their trucks were there. Like we looked at all sorts of different things that could be considered. Okay. I don't know whether this was specifically discussed.
Okay. If we could go to pb.can.50810, and we'll go to page 4 once you open that up. So our understanding is that OPS had identified potential violations of the Transportation and Dangerous Goods Act. Go to page 4 and down to that background section, please. And you'll see here in this third paragraph, the Ottawa Police are seeking the assistance of TDG, which I understand to be Transportation of Dangerous Goods inspectors, to participate in joint police and MTO operations to provide subject matter expertise to confirm violations under the Act and regulations. Are you aware of these joint operations?
No.
No. And so does MTO play a role in enforcing this Transportation of Dangerous Goods Act?
We do. Yeah, the transportation enforcement officers are trained in transportation of dangerous goods legislation.
And are you aware of whether MTO officers engaged in any enforcement of that act during these events?
I'm not aware. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. I'm just not specifically aware of whether or not the officers, that was part of their mandate that was given if asked by police to do that. I do not know if they actually did it.
Okay, thank you. If we could go to ONT 50111. So this is a February 9th, I think it's an email. If we could go down. Right, so my understanding is in this email chain, there was a question of whether OPP would be collecting CVOR information in Windsor. And MTO was advised that most vehicles in Windsor were not commercial vehicles. Was that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. And that was different than in Ottawa, I take it?
I actually don't know how many vehicles there were in Ottawa and whether most or not. There's certainly a large number of commercial motor vehicles in Ottawa that we know, but as terms of whether it was most, I actually don't know.
Do you know whether MTO received CVOR information on vehicles in Ottawa?
We did, but only at the time when we were asked to exercise suspensions as part of the emergency orders.
Okay, at the tail end
Yes.
of the protests. And is that something that was done on request of police?
Yes.
That MTO was provided with that information?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. If we can go to ssm.can.50374, and we'll go to page 3. So these are internal emails at Transport Canada on February 10th. I just want to get your comments on their content. Up to where it starts, page 3, and the paragraph that starts with third. Okay. So it's authority to manage international crossings. And then it says, but this purposefully confuses authorities between governments. Was the MTO of the view that the federal government had the authority, or that Transport Canada, maybe more specifically, could act on its own to enforce with respect to the Windsor blockade because of authority on international crossings?
Not in the discussions that I was part of. That there may have been discussions around where the authority lies specifically with bridges, but at an operational level, we were supporting the Windsor Police and the Ontario Provincial Police. So, it wasn't part of the discussions I was having as to who had the authority.
Okay. And if we go to this paragraph, the Bridges and Tunnels Act has some authorities, but they do not directly bring any authorities to bear on the blockade. And then it talks about how the protest here is not on the bridge itself, but is on the road in front of the bridge. Would you agree that it's an authority?
I'm not an expert in that, but that would be my sense is that, and that seemed to be the way it was playing out, is that Windsor Police were leading the response to this with the help of the OPP and perhaps RCMP. I'm not sure whether they were involved or not because we weren't directly involved in the police operations, but that's consistent with my understanding from a layman's point of view of what seemed to be happening.
So I take it from what you're saying then that you're not aware of the provincial government purposefully confusing authorities between governments?
No.
Okay. It continues, if we go down, paragraph starting, we can further suggest. Quietly to Ontario truly wants us to invoke federal authority to manage this crisis. They need to declare an emergency they cannot manage, so we can thereby invoke the Federal Emergencies Act to manage the blockades, i.e. turn their request to use federal authority into a poison pill based on the fundamental reality of legal authorities. So it seemed that federal officials are suggesting that Ontario is trying to force the federal government to use its own authorities Are you aware of any authority other than the Emergencies Act that would have been available to Transport Canada to respond to the blockade in Windsor?
I'm not, like this type of kind of discussion that was happening, I wasn't part of.
Okay. February 11th, in the institutional report, it states that the City of Ottawa requested MTO inspectors to perform inspection and enforcement duties in and around Ottawa, and that MTO approved that request and provided officers. I understand from one of the documents that the city was requesting 4 MTO officers. You recall that?
Sorry, is there a document that?
Yeah, we can go to ONT 50463. And we'll go to the 3rd page. If we can go down, oh, sorry, right at the top there, Ottawa City requesting our 4 officers.
Yep. Yeah,
I'm aware of that request.
Yep.
And it says here, they would like visible enforcement, fly the flag and show of force on the roads, as their enforcement capacities have been limited and they want to instill public confidence, essentially mini blitz. And so was the request essentially just to be a show of force in the city of Ottawa, but not necessarily one that would lead to actual enforcement?
So my understanding of this one was it wasn't directly related to the convoy protesters. It was, we were asked to provide some commercial motor vehicle enforcement, a blitz that was not addressing the people participating in the protest, but rather focusing on other commercial motor vehicles that were around, because I think from reading this, and I don't know the City of Ottawa's motivation specifically, but from reading this was that they wanted to make sure that the public knew we were also doing regular truck inspections as well. And my understanding is they did do some additional truck inspections on that weekend.
Thank you. We heard from City of Ottawa General Manager of Emergency Services, Kim Ayotte, in his witness statement that the city had inquired with MTO about towing capacity and that he understood that MTO was unable to assist. I take it from the evidence you've provided today that ultimately MTO was able to assist, but that wasn't provided directly to the city. Is that?
That's correct. It was provided to the OPP.
The Mayor of Ottawa testified that there were some discussions between the city and MTO regarding the potential of leveraging insurance to end the protests, and that the MTO was reluctant to explore this idea further. Can you maybe explain the specific issue of insurance?
I don't have much to offer on that, unfortunately. MTO doesn't regulate insurance. That's I believe it's the Ministry of Finance that does that. I don't believe we had, to our knowledge or to my knowledge certainly, that there was any powers that the Ministry of Transportation has, or even perhaps the province to do anything specific with insurance. Certainly not the ministry, and not to my knowledge.
Might penalties and demerit points under the CVR, might those have an impact on insurance?
Yes. So yeah, for sure. So if you as you collect demerit points on your license, your insurance often goes up, and the same is with a CVOR program that over time, as you have if you have a worse safety record, you may have insurance impacts from that.
What you're saying is that the MTO could not have imposed some kind of suspension on insurance or something like that of its own
Right.
Enforcement power.
Right.
Thank you. We'll pull up COM 50910. This is Ontario's emergency regulations that were adopted after the provincial state of emergency was declared. So you can reference it as necessary. But what was your understanding of what additional powers the emergency declaration and the regulations provided to MTO and to the registrar of motor vehicles?
So largely, the first I would say is there was a direct nexus between blocking or impeding critical infrastructure, as is identified here, to the ability for the deputy registrars and CVORs. That was the most substantive change for the registrar, for MTO to be able to implement. And of course, it also gave police other powers in terms of directing people to leave the area and other penalties.
So is your understanding then that it provided MTO and the registrar of motor vehicles the power to do what was being requested prior but couldn't be done?
That's correct.
Okay. If we can go down to section 3. So here it says, no person shall impede access to or egress from or the ordinary use of any highway, walkway, or bridge where such impediment has the effect of preventing the delivery of essential goods or services, severely disrupting ordinary economic activity, or causing serious interference with the safety, health, or well-being of members of the public. Do you know whether MTO or the provincial government had formed an opinion on whether that would apply to the vehicles parked on the streets of Ottawa? Whether they would be causing, A, B, or C?
My feeling is that this was intended to capture a situation like Ottawa and was used by police in Ottawa. So I believe the answer to that would be yes.
Thank you. And do you know whether either the MTO or the registrar used any of the powers? And I believe if we go down, it's, keep going down. So the power at section 5 to order the owner-operator to remove a vehicle. And then I think it's at section 6 is to impose penalties. Do you know if those powers were used by MTO or the registrar?
They were. Not 5. I think police used 5. But the registrar did, through the deputy registrar, use the powers of number 6.
Okay. Do you know when those powers were used?
It was at the time that the protests were being cleared in Ottawa. I want to say February 19th and 20th and maybe 21st.
So at the tail end, yes, during the enforcement action?
Yes.
Thank you. I see a request on, this is in the institutional report on February 12th, by the OPP to the MTO to supply concrete barriers. Is that a type of assistance that MTO would normally provide to OPP?
It could be if there was a need to have some sort of highway barrier for an extended period of time.
And I take it MTO responded to that request positively?
We did.
I saw in an email on this topic, I can pull it up if need be, but that there was difficulty with certain contractors in providing those barriers. Are you aware of
Yeah, it was a similar situation as to what we were having with the tow trucks, that contractors were worried about the implications of helping. So it took they had to go through several to find one that would be able to supply. Ministry of Transportation doesn't have our own source of contract barriers, so we had to use, the concrete barriers. So we had to use contractors.
Thank you. If we could pull up ONT 6081. So this, I believe, is a February 15th email with respect to the Federal, Provincial, Territorial Crime Prevention and Policing Committee. And it's on this topic of Transport Canada's strategic enforcement strategy. If we can go down. So I believe this is an email where MTO provided some comments on Transport Canada's draft strategic enforcement strategy. What was your understanding of that strategy?
My understanding of the strategy was that Transport Canada wanted to give a playbook for the federal government, the provincial government, and police to be able to use consistent messaging and consistent approaches to how enforcement could be deployed in response to the protests.
And I understand MTO had some revisions, some proposed amendments to this strategy. Do you know what the nature of those amendments were? What were MTO's concerns?
So, I mean, this would be pretty normal for. There's a good cooperation generally between the federal government and the province. So as they're developing documents, they'll send out drafts, and we provide our input. In this case, it was generally to try and make sure that it was. We tried to make like fact-based edits to their document. I don't believe it's in here, but I do know in meetings we suggested that this type of document should go through the Ministry of Solicitor General.
Okay. Do you know whether the strategic enforcement strategy was finalized and whether those comments were integrated?
I don't remember seeing a final version of this.
And do you know why that is?
I don't.
So do you know whether it was ever implemented then?
I don't.
Okay. In the institutional report on February 17th, states that at the request of the OPP, MTO secured heavy tow trucks to support police efforts in Ottawa. Those are the 10 tow trucks we've referred to.
Yep.
Did the provincial declaration of emergency assist at all with that?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Okay. If we could pull up ONT 975. We could go down to the second email there. This is a February 17th email. I wanted to share as FYI a request we received from OPP to confirm access to driver photos in response to the trucker protest. As you may know, MTO currently has strict guidelines for the use of MTO photos by officers. However, police can access under extreme circumstances. Police indicated they will be using these photos to help in criminal investigations regarding identifying offenders. Are you familiar with this request?
I am. It's not an area of the ministry I've ever had any direct involvement in, but I can do my best to give you some context.
Well, I guess the question is this the type of request that I understand in extreme circumstances that would be done in other circumstances? It didn't require any emergency legislation provincially or federally?
No. Essentially, my understanding of this is it's to allow police to, they already have access to driver's license photos. This allows them to reproduce the photos if they need to. And it's commonly used for investigative purposes, or could even be used for, an Amber Alert or something like that, where they want an access to a picture or something like that. So it's those would be the type of exceptional circumstances.
Okay. If we go to, I understand an operations plan for ministry officers was adopted to assist with the enforcement action in Ottawa at the tail end of the protests. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
Can you just briefly explain the purpose of that plan?
So my understanding was this just brought a little bit more specificity to their role to support the clearing of the protests. So they had some additional duties where they were going to be working at the areas where tow trucks might be removing vehicles and where they might be taking them for storage.
Okay, so their additional duties would be involved in the removal of vehicles and bringing them to storage.
No, sorry, just to clarify. So they did not actually remove vehicles, but just making sure that if the mechanical fitness was sound so that they could be towed. And then in the wherever the drop-off point was, just to assist police with that. And also if police had any questions on completing any of the forms that they needed to do related to the emergency orders or anything else.
And do you know whether that plan was developed in conjunction with law enforcement?
I don't specifically know, but I would imagine it would have been.
Thank you. And just for the record, that document is ONT 50452. We don't need to pull that up. If we could, I just want to pull up briefly ONT 50976. This is one of the enforcement letters that was issued. Sorry, one of the warning letters, if we can go down. So this is the type of enforcement letter. Were these actually issued?
Yes, there was, I believe the number's around 50 to 60 of these that were issued at the request of police. And
I think there's a reference in document ONT 453. We don't need to go there. To this being done at the request of OPP, as you said. Do you know why this was in relation to authority under the provincial declaration of emergency, correct?
Correct.
Do you know why as I understand, these were issued on the 17th of February. Do you know why there was it took 5 or 6 days before these kind of letters were issued?
I don't have any insight into the police planning around that.
Lastly, I'd just like to go to ssm.can.500439. So I understand that there was a kind of a post-mortem discussion that was held between Transport Canada and the MTO. Is that right? Or maybe this is just...
I don't specifically recall one.
So it says here at the top, as mentioned the other day, we reached out to MTO for a post-mortem discussion on the blockades. This is on March 4th. Do you remember that?
I don't remember participating in a call. It's possible I did. I don't specifically remember the call, though.
Okay. Do you remember preparation for the call or
No.
hearing about it after the fact?
No.
No. Okay. So I'll just get your take on some of these takeaways from the call. It says here are a few key takeaways. They being MTO, I understand, are now working through regular regulatory processes with respect to the trucks involved in blockades. For example, if there were tickets laid that impact CVOR, they will run the course of conviction and then would be reflected on the record. Can you explain what that
Yeah,
is?
so that's as I was talking about before. So if there's a conviction that's related to mechanical fitness or driver behavior that is related to the commercial vehicle operator registration, once a conviction happens, it then goes on the CVOR record.
And here it says that they are now working through. Has there been any change since the events in question here in MTO's approach to those types of convictions?
No.
No. And then if we just go down a little bit, the third bullet point for out-of-province trucks, of which there were many, plates were seized and mailed back to the registrar of the home jurisdiction with an explanation letter. However, there is no mechanism to ensure that there would be an impact on the operator record. MTO is waiting to hear what the response from those provinces and territories will be. So my understanding is that that's still an issue, the ability to enforce CVOR penalties in other provinces and territories.
That's right. Yeah, that's as I described earlier.
And then lastly, if we go down in terms of lessons learned to the second bullet under that, at provincial level, what was lacking for MTO was ability to take immediate action on misconduct aside from temporary powers under the Provincial Emergencies Act. The system right now only kicks in when there are convictions, and that's consistent with what you've told me today, correct?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Freeman. Those are my questions.
Thanks.
Okay, well, maybe we'll take the afternoon break now for 15 minutes and come back and continue with the examination of this witness.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes. Order à l'autre. The commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, I think first up is the Government of Canada.
Thank you, Commissioner, and good afternoon, Mr. Freeman.
Hi.
My name is Brendan Van Nienhuis. I'm one of the lawyers for the Government of Canada in this matter. Could we go, please, to ONT 50447? I think we saw this before. This was a note from Jessica Barton to all MTO, yes?
It's to a particularly, to the enforcement branch of MTO.
I see, okay. If we could just look down the page there, just under good afternoon, she refers to a planned convoy called the Convoy for Freedom, right?
Yes.
And if we go a little further down the page, I think to the 5th or so paragraph. There we go. You see that the paragraph, the little short paragraph there with the link highlighted in it, the scheduled dates and routes are planned and can be found at this website.
Yes.
And the website there is the website called Bear Hug Canada Unity Bear Hug 2.0, right?
Yep.
You familiar with that being a website operated by Mr. James Bowder?
I'm not.
Okay. You weren't yourself paying close attention to the different factions, so to speak, of convoys coming?
No.
The distinction between the Bear Hug Canada Unity group and the King and Leach convoy, Freedom Convoy?
No. At this point, I wasn't directly involved in this. I was only following what was in the media.
Okay. Could we go similarly to ONT 50973? And this, too, is a note from Jessica Barton, and this is to Transport Canada, right?
Yes.
And this is sharing information also on January the 21st about the upcoming Convoy for Freedom?
Yes. Yeah.
If you can just go slightly down the page to that first entry in the table, you see already she has information with respect to a planned protest regarding border control in both Windsor and Sarnia, yes?
Yes.
And that's planned as what I think is referred to as a slow roll based on the description offered there?
Yes.
And then moving further down the page to the next table entry, you see again reference to the Convoy for Freedom and the Bear Hug or CanadaUnity.com website, correct?
Yes.
And so, again, to the best of your knowledge, there wasn't awareness on the part of MTO at that time of there being other convoy groups such as the Freedom Convoy group associated to Mr. Barber, Ms. Leach, etc.
I don't know that I would take from this email that there was an awareness of other groups. I can't speak to why only this particular website is identified. So I can't say with certainty the answer to that question.
Fair enough. Could we go to ONT 405150, please? And so do you recognize this, sir, as an operations plan for MTO with respect to the Freedom Convoy?
Yes.
And this is a document that went through various iterations as sort of a living document as things evolved, fair?
Yes, there's multiple versions of this. We went through some of them, I think, in the...
And this one appears to have been amended up to January the 31st?
Yes.
Okay. If we could go to page 4 of the document, please. If you look at the bottom of this page, you'll see, if I've got my numbers right, yes, you'll see a list here of truck inspection stations across the province, right?
Yes.
And this is a list that tracks, it's not all of the stations, but this tracks the route of the Convoy for Freedom as I was understood by MTO at that time, right?
I can't say for sure, but that it, without seeing if the document states that, but just looking at these locations, that would seem to be correct.
Okay, and also just looking at the text above it, which said this plan's been developed.
Right, yep.
Right.
Yep, yeah, that's correct. Yep.
If you continue on to page 5. Okay, and just stopping at the first paragraph, again, you see this is a group of commercial vehicle drivers planning a truck protest dubbed the Convoy for Freedom, right?
Yes.
And then in the third bullet under background, you'll see that, again, this is associated to the CanadaUnity.com website as opposed to other groups, right?
Right.
Okay. Is it fair to draw the conclusion that the intelligence or the information available and promulgated by MTO was really being drawn from the CanadaUnity.com website in terms of intended routes and so forth?
It's possible, but I wasn't part of the design or the creation of this document or really involved at this time, so I can't verify that for you for sure.
Okay.
But this document obviously only refers to that.
If we just look under mission statement a moment, and it carry over the page just to see if it continues. I can't recall. It does not. So if we go back up to mission statement, these are the key mission items that I guess have been compiled by your staff with respect to the operations plan, right?
Yes.
And you see that what's being considered is whether to close TIS facilities if necessitated by protest activities, right?
Yes.
Were you aware at the time that more trucks and convoys were anticipated to be joining the existing Ottawa scenario by that point? Recalling this is the Monday after the first weekend?
I feel like by the Monday, we had a good sense that it was getting bigger than we had initially thought.
And of course, we saw earlier, you already knew that there were affiliated or sympathetic protest activities that were contemplated or planned in the areas of the Ambassador Bridge at Windsor and at Sarnia, correct?
Yes.
And was it consideration given, so far as you're aware, to whether, in fact, it might have made sense to activate the TIS stations to require inspection of the trucks that were assembling in these locations?
My understanding from talking to the enforcement director is they did have conversations with the OPP and they were asked not to use the truck inspection facilities for this purpose.
Okay. If we go to page 7, please. In the second bullet point under enforcement, I see there, it reads in the last sentence, officers will not be involved in any commercial vehicle traffic stops of vehicles that are participating in the convoy protest unless directed to do so by the site leads, right?
Yep.
And was that similarly at the request of the OPP that your officers from MTO not be involved in such stops?
I can't say that what went into this was at the request of the OPP, but I would say that, as a general application of these types of protest type activities, that MTO would not interfere.
Could we go please to ONT.IR.701? And I'll ask to go to page 7 when the document's up. This is the Ontario Institutional Report, Mr. Freeman.
Okay.
And if we go to page 7, to the entry for February the 4th, and that's the entry for 16, sorry, let me actually do the first bullet. At 9:09 a.m. entry, do you see that?
Yes.
It indicates that MTO officers began supporting the OPP with issues arising from the planned protest at Queen's Park in Toronto, including blockage of GTI highways, right?
Yes.
And that lasted until Monday, February 6th, correct?
Yes.
That would be the second weekend of the convoy events?
That's correct.
And at that time, similar assistance was not provided by MTO with respect to the scene in Ottawa, correct?
Well, my understanding on that weekend is MTO officers were also providing regular patrols in Ottawa as well. I believe MTO was also assisting with closing of highways. I don't know whether it was done through enforcement officers, but I believe that weekend there may have been some highway closures. I may be wrong in my facts, but I know there was definitely times where MTO assisted with closing of highways or exits at the request of the OPP. It's possible it wasn't on that weekend.
Okay. Is it fair to say you don't recall when, but you believe that that occurred at some point?
Yes.
Okay. If I look at the next entry on February the 4th at 16:45, representatives of MTO attended an urgent meeting convened by Transport Canada, correct?
Yes.
And that was to discuss provincial and territorial mitigation measures directed at the Freedom Convoy protests, right?
Yep.
Okay. Could we go now, please, to ONT 402759? And just to be clear, you did not attend the February 4th meeting, correct?
Correct.
Could we go to the bottom email, which is at the intersection of pages 2 and 3? There we go. You see there's an email here from Aaron at Transport Canada, Aaron McCrory at Transport Canada to you and others, right?
Yep.
Your provincial and territorial colleagues?
Yep.
And Transport Canada here is again apologizing for the late evening email, but hoping to have a follow-up discussion tomorrow, that is to say Saturday the 5th at 11:30 in the morning, right?
Yes.
And I guess that's Central Time, so 12:30 here.
Yes.
And you attended that meeting?
I did.
If you go up page 2 to see your report onward from the meeting. There we go. Just go a little further up, we can see where it starts. Okay, so let's just see, you're reporting out to your staff, I believe. Could we just go to the email header? Reporting out to your staff, correct?
One was my staff, two were Assistant Deputy Minister colleagues.
I see, okay, to your colleagues and staff.
Yeah.
And you're reporting on what happened at the meeting from your perspective?
Yes.
If you just go a little down the page there, you're reporting on what Transport Canada is looking for with respect to three things. So if I may summarize, the impacts of charges that lead to commercial vehicle operator registry points, right?
Yep.
Legislation that protects critical infrastructure and services from disruption, right?
Yep.
And lastly, incentives that might be offered to tow operators or penalties to compel them to provide services, right?
Correct.
And if you go a little further down the page, you say they're hoping for any information we can provide as soon as possible, right?
Yes.
And Transport Canada has called this as an urgent meeting, right?
Yes.
And what you say to your colleagues and staff is, my suggestion is we pull what we can easily do on Monday and send end of day. Best efforts here. If something isn't available, I think we can say that, right?
Yes.
So you're saying to your colleagues and staff, essentially, don't work too hard on this. Don't kill yourself. We'll deal with it on Monday. Fair?
No, I don't. I didn't mean it to say that. I think people. It's a Saturday, and they would need to engage other people to try and find these things out. So I was suggesting that we would have something to them by end of day Monday.
Can we go to ONT 403842? This is the February 6th meeting, Mr. Freeman, the Sunday meeting to which I believe you didn't go, but you did send Lori LeBlanc, right?
She's the deputy minister, so I don't send her, just to be clear.
Excuse me, I've got the
It's my boss.
roles reversed.
Yeah.
If we go to page 6, please. If we go under where Mr. Keenan is speaking, he's got 3 bullet points summarized. And he notes at the last bullet point that the Wellington encampments, that is, say, the Ottawa occupation, is the spiritual source of the protest movement, right?
Yes.
And it's inspiring, in short, other protest activities that have begun to be seen in locations as far away as Coutts, right?
Yes.
It creates the spiritual fuel that will sustain the actions of the various encampments, right?
Yep.
And if I look at Ms. LeBlanc's response, she's reporting in the 3rd bullet that demerit points relative to the CVORs, I take it, is a long-term strategy that will not help with the situation in the short term. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then also that the trucks are from outside province, and that adds a layer of complexity to enforcing on a licensing basis, right?
Yes, that's what.
And if I look at the top bullet, she says that with respect to tow trucks, MTO will just be working with the private sector to see what's out there. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the next day, February, or actually, can we go to the last page of this document? You see there, the second last speaker noted is Jody Thomas, the National Security Intelligence Advisor. Yes?
Yes.
And she says she regrets ending on this point, asking, would the province be looking to the federal government if this protest was happening outside of the city of Ottawa? For example, another place like Kingston, right?
Mm-hmm.
And perhaps this is a question we can ask tomorrow, but it appears Deputy Solicitor General DiTommaso says this is a protest and encampment movement against the federal mandate on trucks. They came to Ottawa from across the country for that purpose, right?
That's what it says, yeah.
Does that reflect Ontario's attitude at that point towards the Ottawa protest as a federal responsibility?
I don't know if I can speak for all of Ontario. I was just being brought into this from the federal government at this time to look at options. I don't know that we thought this to be purely a federal problem. I do think we understood the movement was against the federal mandate, but in our minds, this was a policing issue, not necessarily a federal versus provincial issue.
Can we go to ssm.can.405289? I'm showing you a text exchange from your minister with Minister Alghabra of the Federal Minister of Transport, okay? Are you familiar with these exchanges?
No.
No. Were you involved in any calls with Minister Mulroney and Minister Alghabra?
No.
Okay. We can just take a look at them a second and scroll down the page. It's clear, though, that assuming that's what they are, that this is Minister Alghabra asking for a call, right?
Yes.
And February 7th, 3:50 p.m., Minister Mulroney, fair to say, does not respond in the sense of scheduling a call, right?
Yep, it sounds like she's waiting for an update.
Yeah, fair enough. And if you look at the bottom of the text exchange, you see that Minister Alghabra reports on February 7th at 8:23 p.m. that the Ambassador Bridge is now blocked, right?
Yes.
If we go now to ssm.can.405290, the exchange continues. Minister Mulroney does not respond for about 24 hours, at least if these texts are accurate.
Correct.
And she refers to a letter from Laurie LeBlanc being addresses the ideas that have been suggested, right?
That's what she says, yes.
Go further on down the page. And Mr. Algaber says he'll look at it, but would be good to speak tomorrow, right?
Yes.
Go to ssm.can 405291. Mr. Commissioner, I think I've just hit my 20 minutes on my clock. May I have another 4 or 5 minutes to complete this area?
Yeah, go ahead.
And at the top of the page, you see Minister Mulroney now sends a letter along, says happy to speak once you've had a chance to review, right?
Yes.
Continue down the page. And you see that by Friday, February 11th, Wednesday, February the 9th, Minister Algaber is again asking, who do you recommend in your office we should reach out to for a call, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand they did speak, and we'll come back to Ms. LeBlanc's letter in a moment. If we could go to, well, actually, let's go to the letter briefly. ONT 50156. This is the letter February 8th from Ms. LeBlanc, right?
Yes.
If you go to the third paragraph on the page. The fourth paragraph. She here is, I think, saying roughly what was said in the meeting, right? That the CVOR sanctions have a complicated administrative process that will require time to be effective, correct?
Yes.
And if you go to page 2 of the document, she says, I know we all have empathy for the people of Ottawa that are enduring this protest, while also respecting and recognizing the right to peaceful protest, and the MTO will continue to work with Solgen, right?
Yes.
Okay. So no additional contribution from MTO from a regulatory perspective is communicated here?
Not here, no, but, we did, maybe this isn't your question, but just in case this is helpful, we did, immediately move from this to develop options, which ultimately became later that same week, in the emergency order.
Could we go to ssm.can.401001? And we'll go to the very end of the document, please. Just above that, you can see that this is a readout of the February 9th call between Minister Algaber and Minister Mulroney. Okay.
Yes.
And the indication here is that Mulroney's message to us is that they see these as federal trade corridors. They want us to take the lead. Minister Algaber pushed on this and said that that would need to be a formal ask. They have said they don't have the ability to do more from MTO. They agreed to work with our department to see if there's anything else that can be done. Overall, I'd say the tone was difficult and they were trying to put this on us. Were you present at that call?
No.
Okay. So if this is Minister Algaber's recollection of the call, I suppose you wouldn't be able to contest that?
I don't know his recollection.
Great. Now, sir, you know Huron Church Road in Windsor that leads to the Ambassador Bridge?
Yes.
You're aware that's a municipal road where the Windsor Police Service, or alternatively the Ontario Provincial Police, are police of jurisdiction?
Yes.
And that connects Highway 401 to the port of entry. And 401 is OPP and MTO jurisdiction, right?
Yes.
And similarly, just while we're at this, Wellington Street and the streets of downtown Ottawa under occupation by the Freedom Convoy, likewise, we're under the jurisdiction of the Ottawa Police Service, or alternatively the Ontario Provincial Police, and within the authority of MTO from a transport regulation perspective. Fair?
Yes.
Now, on February 11th, the Premier Ford declared a state of emergency and invoked the Ontario Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act.
Yes.
And that was followed by regulations that actually implemented the measures, which did not happen until the 12th, correct?
Yes.
And that was the Saturday of the third weekend of the convoy events?
Yes.
You agree with me that critical infrastructure defined in those regulations included 400 series highways?
Yes.
It did not include municipal roads, right?
Well, it did. It did in that, and we went through this. We'd have to bring it up so I could describe, but it does include municipal roads, and those powers were deployed in the city of Ottawa. If that's where you're going.
Okay. Now, in terms of the power to order to leave or order to depart, right?
All provisions, including CVOR powers that were talked about previously.
Okay. You're aware that on February the 14th at approximately 4:30 p.m., the Prime Minister announced the invocation of the Emergencies Act, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that the Premier of Ontario that morning had expressed his support for the Emergencies Act being invoked during the First Minister's meeting, yes?
I don't recall that specifically, but...
Are you aware that the Premier of Ontario has recently reaffirmed his support, saying that he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Prime Minister in making that decision?
I did see that in the media.
Okay. And if we just go back very briefly to ont.ir.701, actually, I'm sorry, we just skipped that. Can we go back to ONT 50179? And it's just my last point, Mr. Commissioner, I apologize. If we just go to page 2, please, the top of the page. And if you want to look at the header, this is an email which refers to the 10 tow trucks you indicated were sourced for Ottawa when you corrected your witness statement at the beginning of your examination today, correct?
Yes.
And you'll see if you go down to page 3 in the bullet points, which is an email from earlier on the same day, February 16. There's a third bullet point there that says, important, all 3 towing companies have requested a letter that the province will cover costs, indemnity from other damage and claims for vehicles that are towed and so forth, right?
Yes.
And it says that's because their insurance companies have specifically told them that they will not cover those risks, right?
Correct.
And if you go then finally back to the top of the page 2, this is the evening of February the 16th. It indicates that one of the 3 towing companies has in fact dropped out, which is what gets you to the number 10 instead of 13 that you thought you had earlier that day, right?
Yes.
And then by now you know about the EA, and the first bullet says, need a letter from the OPP requesting these 2 companies to provide services and stating that the federal act, that's the Emergencies Act, will cover any damage and indemnity, correct?
Yep.
And if you go to the very, very top, you see that Jason Beaupre is reporting that he's told them, being the towing operators, that this letter will come tomorrow and that they are moving tonight based upon him and Steve's commitment and credibility in the absence of that letter, correct?
Yes.
And we've been through that letter with Commissioner Carrick. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions. Thank you for your indulgence, Mr. Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Next is the City of Windsor.
Good evening, Mr. Freeman. My name is Jennifer King. I'm legal counsel to the City of Windsor.
Hi.
In your witness summary, and you mentioned in your testimony, you state that you're aware that MTO assisted the OPP in identifying contractor to place concrete barriers in Windsor,
Yes.
and this was at the direction of the OPP.
Yes.
I take it that you understand that this was to better manage future risk of vehicles being used for blockades and disruption of cross-border movement of people and goods?
Yes.
Are you aware that there was confusion at MTO at the time as to who would pay for these barriers?
I've subsequently read in the documents that there was questions as to how it would be funded.
Okay, so I'll show you some documents. If you could please pull up, Mr. Clerk, ONT 50182. Well, this is coming up, Mr. Freeman. This is an email dated February 15th between Jason Beaupre of MTO and Superintendent Dana Early of the OPP. And the commissioners heard this week that Superintendent Early shared joint command of the police response to the blockade with Superintendent Crowley of the Windsor Police. Okay. And you'll see, if you could scroll down just a little bit, the first bullet, you'll see that it says, upon request by the OPP, MTO has supplied temporary concrete barriers through a contractor. And if you go to the sub-bullets, and you can see here, partway down, you'll see, since these TCBs are being installed along a municipal roadway, MTO has requested the OPP to advise how compensation to the contractor can be arranged. Next bullet states, preliminary thought from the OPP is that compensation would be through federal funds available to support the emergency response to reopen the Windsor-Detroit crossing. Do you see that?
Yes.
Were you aware of that at the time?
No, I didn't have any involvement in this at the time.
Okay. And if you could just scroll up a bit, you'll see that the estimate for the work is $1.3 million.
Yes.
Okay. If you could please turn up ONT 50438. This is an internal email exchange at MTO dated February 16th, Mr. Freeman. And it's involving Doug Jones. And by February 16th, he is deputy minister?
Yes, likely his first week on the job.
Okay, if you could scroll to page 3, please. Further down a bit, please. There you go, thank you. So on February 16th, Doug Jones is writing to Stefano Oliviero. Who is that?
That would be an advisor in his office.
Okay. And you'll see that Doug Jones is talking about a conversation that he has with the CAO of Windsor, that's Jason Rayner. And he talks about, again, this issue of costs of the concrete jersey barriers. And a concern that has been raised by Jason Rayner about how much the city would be responsible to cover. And it's not clear to me, based on the, because this is black and white, who made this statement, but someone at MTO was under the impression that the total cost for the installation, removal, and rental of the jersey barriers would be covered 100% by MTO. Do you see that?
Yeah, and I read this as him asking that question.
Okay. And so I'll take you to one more document here, WIN 402143. So this is an email exchange between CAO Rayner to individuals at Rayner, so you wouldn't have seen it at the time. Thank you. And if you could scroll all the way to the bottom, Mr. Clerk. Okay. And you'll see here that he's reporting to individuals at Windsor on February the 17th. Just a quick update that I had a good call with Deputy Minister Doug Jones, MTO, who is helping to coordinate a planning table with MTO, Solgen, OPP, WPS, and Windsor to discuss the long-term needs to protect our international crossings. I'll let you know once I hear more. And he continues, the deputy also indicated that he understood but was confirming that costs like the jersey barriers that were authorized by MTO staff at OPP's request would be paid for by the province. You see that? So if you can scroll up, Mr. Clerk. And you'll see an email from Mr. Rayner to the same group the next day, and it states, it would appear that the new Deputy Minister MTO is finding out just how the province works. He stepped back from both items today that we discussed earlier in the week. MTO will not be covering the cost of the barriers, although he said he would not be surprised to see an application for the province to assist with those costs and others, ? At some point. No commitment to pay, though, at this time. The argument is that we are the road authority and we approve the deployment of the barriers, so therefore are responsible for the costs. Do you see that?
Yes.
The Commission heard from the Mayor of Windsor that Windsor has requested that the province reimburse their costs, including the cost of these barriers, but has not received a response. Do you have any information as to whether or not the province will be reimbursing Windsor's costs?
I haven't seen the request and I don't have any information, I'm sorry.
Okay. And if further down, in the next paragraph, Mr. Rayner writes, in terms of the intergovernmental planning table proposal, there's no interest at this time given the ongoing situation in Ottawa. I won't take it to you, but the Commissioner heard on Monday from Mayor Dilkins, who testified that he sent a letter in March requesting that all levels of government sit down to discuss working together to protect important international border crossings. It's my understanding that there's been no response from the province to this request. Are you aware of any response to Windsor's request?
I'm not. I haven't seen the request either, and nor would I in my current position.
Okay. Do you know if the Ministry of Transportation is planning to meet with appropriate agencies at all levels of government to discuss protecting critical border crossings in Ontario, such as the Ambassador Bridge?
I'm not aware of what the ministry intends in this regard. Again, in my current position as in corporate services, it's not something that I would be aware of. I do know that the province ultimately did pass further legislation, and I can't speak to who was consulted on that.
Okay, so you don't know if the municipality of Windsor was consulted on that legislation?
I wasn't involved in it, so I can't say.
Okay. I only have a few questions left for you. Do you know if the ministry has an emergency plan pursuant to the Ontario Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act?
Yes, we do have.
Okay.
plans.
Which assistant deputy minister at the Ministry of Transportation is responsible for that emergency plan?
I expect it would be Eric Deutsch.
Okay, and what's his title?
He's the Assistant Deputy Minister of our Operations Division.
Okay. Do you know if the ministry's emergency plan addresses threats to critical transportation infrastructure like the Ambassador Bridge?
I don't know the full scope of the plan, so I can't answer whether it does or not.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Next is the City of Ottawa.
Good evening. My name is Ann Tardif. I'm one of the lawyers representing the City of Ottawa.
Hello.
So we've explained that the CVOR is the Commercial Vehicle Operator's Registration,
Yes.
right? And you need one to operate a commercial vehicle in Ontario.
Correct.
And the CVOR program monitors and evaluates the operator's safety records.
Yes.
And the CVOR operator, the person who holds the registration, can be either a person or a corporation responsible for the operation of the vehicle.
Yes.
Right. And I take it only applies to certain categories of vehicles.
Yes, over a certain weight, I believe.
I have a note here that it's 4,500 kilograms gross weight. Does that make sense?
That sounds right, yeah.
Perfect. And certainly we've seen in the documents and in your witness summary reference to a sort of a demerit point system, right?
Yes.
And I take it the CVOR tracks the operator's collisions, right?
Yes.
Infractions. Or
Yes,
convictions.
convictions, yep.
Convictions.
Yep.
And any findings on safety inspections.
That's right.
And over time, they rack up points until you get to a state where they have so many points that the ministry may issue notice of the intent to either suspend or revoke the CVOR.
Correct. The only thing, maybe the only thing I would just add to that is there's other interventions before it gets to that point.
That's the end of the process.
Yes.
Right. And you've talked about the notice requirements, the due process, and the appeal rights that are embedded within the suspension.
Yes.
Right. And I take it we can agree that certainly some of the large trucks that participated in the convoy in Ottawa had CVORs. They were of that size.
Yes.
And that at least some of them were involved or were committing or had committed as part of their convoy activities, potentially offenses under the Highway Traffic Act and possibly other statutes and bylaws, right?
I would expect so.
Right. And if convicted, some of those offenses would end up on their carrier record, right?
Yes.
And contribute to that escalation of points that we've talked about.
Yes.
And I heard you explain that that process takes time, and that's why the ministry thought it's not really a short-term solution, right?
That's part of it. It's not only that it takes time, it also allows for appeals, hearings, which So I guess that's part of taking time, but it doesn't allow us to take direct, immediate action.
Right, you could issue notice of an infraction, for example, under the Highway Traffic Act today, but it would take perhaps several months, if not longer, to get a conviction, for that to be reflected on the carrier record, and you'd need several convictions before you got to the point in time where notice of a suspension would issue.
Likely, yeah.
Right. Now, I understand that, but you also mentioned, and it was in one of the documents we saw, I can turn it up if I need to, that there was significant considerations with the use of the CVOR for non-roadside enforcement purposes. And in fairness to you, I wrote down that you said earlier today that you didn't want to use that process, the CVOR process, to try and do something else, and that there was concern about affecting the legitimacy of the process. Do you remember saying something to that effect?
Yep, something to that effect, yeah.
Can you help me understand, or help us understand, what you mean by that? I understand the timing concern, but the other concern, this notion that you shouldn't be using the CVOR process, the normal process, for what you perhaps viewed as an illegitimate or end to which it was not suited.
I think it was just as what you've just said there is the legal analysis and the deputy registrar view, the experts in the ministry, was that if we start to use this for something that it wasn't intended for, or we had no process for which, it questions the ministry's thinking that maybe that applies to other actions that we take in the future. So, the next time there's a conviction, there's an action taken by the ministry, have we shown history of constantly using our processes and legislation consistently and, as they were intended for? I think there was a worry of that as well.
Was the concern, just so I understand, was the concern that if there was a conviction for an offense, for example, under the Highway Traffic Act, that occurred during the convoy, and that ended up on a carrier's record, and at some point in the future formed part of notice of suspension or grounds for a suspension of their CVOR, was that a concern to the ministry? No. Okay. So it was just a bypassing your normal process that was a concern to the ministry?
Yes, bypassing the normal process and using it for something that has never been used in the past or intended to be.
What is that something? That's, I think, what I'm struggling to understand.
To try and address a protest or a civil unrest situation, not to address specifically a case where we have a well-documented safety record and police records to us requesting certain activities.
Understood. Thank you. Could we pull up ONT 50111? And could we scroll to the bottom? Or, sorry, yeah, just to the top of that email. Perfect. You were taken to this email, Mr. Freeman, but not to this part of the chain. This is an email from Mr., I'm going to pronounce it Beauparai. I apologize if I'm butchering that. And if we scroll down, we can see in his signature block, a little bit further down, Mr. Clerk, thank you. He's with the MTO, correct?
Yes.
With the Highway Operations Management?
Yes.
We'll scroll up a little bit. He says, good evening, Chief Superintendent Carson Party. So Chief Superintendent Party is with the OPP. We heard from him earlier in this inquiry. And he says, my apologies for the cold call. I've been working with Chief Superintendent Thompson and Superintendent Eaton on some other files and have recently been asked to coordinate MTO's overall response at the provincial level related to various, and I'll slow down here, blockades in the province. I am reaching out to you regarding the ongoing blockade at the Windsor-Detroit Bridge. And I'll pause here because Chief Superintendent Party was actually in charge in Ottawa, not in Windsor. Mr. Beauparai was confused, and that gets cleared up, up the chain. He says, we are wondering whether the OPP has been collecting CVOR information of trucks blocking the bridge crossing And if available, can this information be shared with MTO? This will allow us to review and be better prepared to support the OPP as this situation continues to evolve. Would be great if we can discuss this further, or if you can connect us with the appropriate OPP contact. Thanks. And if we scroll up, just so you can get the context, Mr. Freeman, that's Chief Superintendent Party's response advising that he's in Ottawa, leading the support plan for the OPS and advising him who's in charge in Windsor and giving some additional information. The reason I bring this to your attention is I had understood that, in fact, the position of the MTO was not to reach out and offer to assist with CVOR, but only to act in response to specific police requests for assistance. And can you help me reconcile that with this email?
I think we were trying to get a handle as to, there was a couple things. The first I recall, there was anecdotal communication we had heard that actually at the bridge, it was mostly non-commercial vehicles. And I think we wanted to know if that was actually the case. We just wanted to understand more. And there was even, we were having all sorts of discussions as to how we can help. I think it's important to know we were certainly there to support the OPP, but at this time, we had been having discussions with the federal government and others about what else can the province do. At this time, we were looking at what sort of, because we believe the CVOR did not work, what could we do? And that's how the emergency order came about, or I shouldn't say that's how the emergency order came about. That's part of what went into the emergency order within a matter of 2 days was new powers that could do what was being asked. So we were looking at all sorts of different angles. We were there to assist the OPP. We weren't doing any direct enforcement, but we were trying to gather information just like many other people were as well. So we were looking at all sorts of ideas, and I think this also connected. There was just a question like, could we start calling CVOR operators to tell them that their truck might be there? Like this was just, one of the many angles we were trying to do to try and help solve the situation that week. Just because we didn't think the CVOR was the right way to go, it didn't mean we weren't trying to find other ways to address the situation that week.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next is the CCLA.
Good evening, Mr. Freeman. My name is Eva Krajewska, and I'm counsel for the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. Hi. Mr. Freeman, let me just start off with respect to what is the MTO's role in public protests or public demonstrations when they block highways or roads. Would you say that it's typical that, or not unusual for public demonstrations to create or inhibit traffic?
They can, certainly. And the ministry's role would be the same as I've described, to assist police as requested.
Right, and would it also be fair to say that you would also create signage and divert traffic as necessary in order to facilitate the demonstration?
Yes, as requested by police.
So you would be guided by the OPP or the police of the jurisdiction to provide that assistance?
Yes.
To facilitate the protest?
Yes.
And as would it then be also consistent, we looked at the MTO's plan with respect to the Freedom Convoy. My friend for the Government of Canada took you to the fact that the MTO suspended the inspections of trucks through the convoy. Was that also kind of part of facilitating the protest at the time?
I don't know if it was intended to facilitate a protest. I think it was based on the direction from the OPP to not engage in that way. I just don't know if the intent was, as you've described, to facilitate a protest or not.
Okay, but other than with respect to direction from the OPP or police forces, the MTO would not take enforcement measures against a demonstration.
Correct.
And I know many of us have covered the CVOR issue. And if I could just go back to that again, the letter to Michael Keenan that you were taken to earlier, it's clear that the enforcement under CVOR, the purpose is public safety, correct?
No, the purpose is highway and safety of traveling public.
Right, and to sanction non-compliance safety behavior.
Yes.
And as you told my friend, Ms. Tardif, your concern, or the MTO's concern, about using the CVOR was that you did not want it to be used to, in relation to civil disobedience.
It wasn't so much that we didn't want to, it was that it wasn't intended or ever used in that way, nor do the procedures or the policies that it's the practical application of it was ever intended for it to be used that way. The Highway Traffic Act as legislation is about safety for traveling public and motor vehicles, not about public order or protest. It was never that's not its purpose.
And was there also a concern of setting a precedent to use the CVOR as a method of enforcement against civil disobedience?
I don't know if it was so much that it was a precedent, a worry of a precedent. It was a worry that it didn't actually do what people were asking it to do.
Was there also concern that you would delegitimize the process that exists with respect to the CVOR and how it's understood by both the government and industry participants?
Yeah, that was a concern.
So I'm just going through my notes because some of these issues have already been covered. And my friend for the Government of Canada took you to the fact that the Ontario Declaration of Emergency was declared on February 11th, 2022, but the letters with respect to this, I'll call it the CVOR enforcement under the EMPCA, were not issued until February 17th. And you stated that that was an OPP decision as to when to issue those letters, when to issue those warnings?
I don't know if it was OPP, but it was a policing decision.
It was not an MTO decision.
Correct.
And Mr. Freeman, did you have input to Minister Mulroney into what the MTO would be requesting under the EMPCA? Did you provide input as to what cabinet should consider before the EMPCA was relied upon?
We provided yes. So after we determined that the CVOR was not the appropriate mechanism, we began to develop options that could potentially be used. We did brief the minister on that. Ultimately, we provided input into what the Ministry of the Solicitor General was developing, for which they used.
And can you provide just kind of an outline of the options that you provided to your minister and to the Solicitor General?
Well, we provided options looking at increased changes to, for example, new legislation or changes to the HTA penalties that could exist, those types of things.
So amendments that could be done to the HTA to increase fines or increase enforcement?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Next, the CCF.
Mr. Freeman, good afternoon. My name is Ajit Chaudhary. I'm with the CCF. I have some questions for you about tow trucks.
Okay.
And the legal tools to compel the provision of tow truck services. So I'd first ask the registrar to put up the emergency measures regulations under the Emergencies Act, and I have a document code for that, although I imagine it would be on speed dial here. So it's SSM.can.401911_REL.301. So while we're waiting for it to come up, I take it you're familiar with the emergency measures regulations?
I'm familiar, but by no means an expert.
You referred to them in an answer to a question posed by my friend from the commission, though.
Yeah.
So could we go to page 8, please? So if we could just scroll down, please, to, Mr. Registrar, to 7.1, that's good. So would you agree, if you could just have a look at section 7 sub 1. Have you seen that section before?
Yes.
Okay, so you'd agree that section 7 sub 1 in substance says that a person must make available and provide tow truck services if requested by the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness or the RCMP Commissioner or a designate. Correct?
Yes.
Good. Okay. So could we go down then to the next page, please? To 10 sub 2. And so could you just have a look at that, please? Have you seen this provision before?
Yes.
Okay. So would you agree that in substance, section 10 sub 2 provides that creates a criminal offense for a failure to comply with the emergency measures regulations, including the provision we just looked at together, section 7 sub 1, in relation to tow trucks?
That's what it appears to do, yeah.
Good. And there's sanctions involving both fines and imprisonment under both summary and indictment.
Yes.
Good. All right. Now, I'd like to take you to the HTA, if I could. And so this document, Mr. Registrar, is CCF 50s, I believe. Yes. Wait. 60s, 10. And while we're waiting for it to come up, Mr. Freeman, you stated in your evidence this morning, or earlier today, I should say, that the HTA is a key act. Is that, we're going to take you to section 171. So this is on page 361, please. If we could scroll down just a bit. Okay, so if we could stop there. So this section is entitled Tow Truck Services. Are you familiar with this section?
Not in great detail, but I can understand it.
Okay, so I'd like to ask you a question that's about section sub 3.1, which is on the next page. So let's stop there. So this says, so the title for this subsection is Other Prohibited Activities, and it says no driver of a tow truck or other person who is in charge of a tow truck shall engage in an activity prohibited by regulation. Is that right?
That's what it says, yes.
Good. Okay, now let's go down a bit further to subsection 6. Stop there, please. And so subsection 6 says that the Lieutenant Governor in Council or the Provincial Cabinet has the power under subsection B to prescribe prohibited activities for the purposes of subsection 3.1. Is that right?
Yes.
And that seems to be quite a broad grant of authority to the Provincial Cabinet, correct?
You're getting a little out of my depth in terms of legal interpretation here, whether it's broad or not.
But it says that it doesn't say what sorts of activities can be prescribed. It just says prescribed activities.
prescribing prohibitive activities, yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so
For the
that-
purposes of what's above, but, I just want to refrain from trying to interpret this too much here. It's beyond my expertise.
Okay, good. And then let's go up a little, I promise you, this is the last subsection we'll look at together. So if you could scroll up, please, Mr. Registrar, to subsection 4. And so this provision is entitled offense. It creates a provincial offense for breaching any provision in this section, which it would include, of course, any regulation enacted pursuant to subsection 3.1, correct?
Yes.
So, Mr. Freeman, I'd like to ask you this. Would you agree that under section 171, at any time, the Ontario Cabinet could have made it a regulation that a tow truck driver cannot deny a tow truck services if requested by a suitable public official, so a municipal chief of police, the OPP commissioner, or the head of the RCMP?
I don't know the answer to that. It's there could be other provisions here that suggest otherwise. I don't know this well enough.
So, Mr. Freeman, I'm going to press you on this a bit. I put it to you that this is the only section in the HTA governing tow trucks, and that under this section, the provincial cabinet can prescribe conduct by tow truck drivers, and that it's an offense if a tow truck driver breaches that requirement.
I'm not a lawyer, and anytime we would say what we can or can't do, it's something we would engage our counsel on. So I don't want to tie myself to an answer that I could be wrong for the commission.
Sure. So, Mr. Freeman, I'll conclude on this note then. If in fact the provincial cabinet could have passed a regulation requiring that a tow truck driver provide a service and making it an offense to not do so, would that not in substance have been the same as the corresponding provision in the emergency measures regulation?
I think based on what you said, possibly, yes.
Good, thank you.
Okay, next, the convoy organizers.
Good evening. My name is Brennan Miller, and I'm counsel for Freedom Corp, which is the organization that represents the protesters that were in Ottawa in February and January of 2022. Just have a couple of questions for you, sir. Are you familiar? I'm assuming you're familiar with most transportation law. I know my friend has put some things to you, and that you talk to lawyers. But are you familiar with the International Bridges and Tunnels Act?
Not in any sort of depth.
Okay, but you're familiar of its existence?
Yes.
And that's a federal law?
It's my understanding.
Right. And I understand it that law is governed by the Federal Minister of Transportation. Is that correct?
That I don't know.
Okay. Are you aware that under that act, that at any time, for the purpose of safety and security, that the Federal Minister of Transport, if the minister is of the opinion that there is an immediate threat to the security or safety any international bridge or tunnel, the minister may make directions, including directions respecting the evacuation of a bridge or tunnel and the diversion of traffic or persons, requiring any person to do or refrain from doing anything that, in the opinion of the minister, is appropriate to do or refrain from doing in order to respond to that threat. So he's permitted to just pass an order to vacate the bridge, vacate the area. Would that have been helpful?
Well, so two things. First, without the act in front of me, I can't say that's part of it or not. I don't work for the federal government. And again, police were leading the response, so you would have to ask police whether or not that would have been helpful.
Mm-hmm. And this protest, did it started on the 7th?
No. It
7th of February?
Started, sorry, you're talking about in Windsor. I believe that's the date.
Right, and they cleared it on the 12th,
12th and 13th, I believe, yes.
before the Emergencies Act.
Yes.
And at no time did the minister pass a regulation in order to vacate that bridge.
The federal minister?
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge.
Thank you.
Okay, next, the Ottawa Residents Coalition.
Good evening, Commissioner Emily Tamman for the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses. We don't have any questions, thank you.
Okay, the Windsor Police Service.
Good evening, Mr. Commissioner. Tom McRae for the Windsor Police Service. We have no questions.
Okay, the Ottawa Police Service.
Good evening, Mr. Freeman. My name is David Michikowski. I'm a lawyer for the Ottawa Police Service.
Hello.
You were asked some questions by one of my colleagues earlier about MTO enforcement officers in Ottawa, and I believe you weren't certain if they were used in Ottawa on the first weekend, so I'm going to see if I can help you. If we could call up, Mr. Clerk, ONT 400272, please. Page 1. At the bottom of page 1. These are situational reports that the MTO puts out. And you'll see at the bottom of page 1, so this is January 28th. This would be the Friday. And we see convoy arrived in Ottawa starting at approximately 1. And it says MTO officers will assist as usual practice if requested by OPP. No current request for assistance. And so I'll take you to then the one for the following day, which would be the Saturday. Okay. And if we go to ONT 400273, please, on page 2. And if you just scroll up a little bit, please. No, the other way, I'm sorry, scroll down. Thank you. So you'll see on January 29th, so that's the Saturday, convoys to arrive at Parliament Hill. MTO officers will assist as usual practice if requested by OPP. No current request for assistance. Do you see that?
Yes.
And so as I understand it, and so I believe MTO did have enforcement officers there for the subsequent weekends, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe they were as well.
Right. In Toronto, we know, however, that MTO was asked in advance of the February 1st convoy arrival to be on the GTA highways by the OPP, partly as a deterrent and to provide support to the OPP, correct?
Yes.
And so that was in advance. It was the day before, I believe. Is that correct?
I don't remember the exact time, but it was in advance of the expected weekend protest.
And the focus was on the routes going into downtown and the 400 series highways.
Yes.
And that's because you had the Ottawa experience, so Toronto was treated a bit differently.
Again, we weren't making decisions. It was the police who asked for the help. So one could imagine that might have been why they wanted to do that.
And it was the OPP who specifically asked
yes.
for MTO to be involved. And Ottawa was always expected to be a peaceful event, I believe. That was in the original operational plan of the MTO and the original announcement on January 21st that we saw, correct?
That was MTO's understanding, yes.
MTO, we saw, I took you to when I started the situation reports. And I understand those situation reports came out virtually every day and sometimes a couple times a day during the convoy.
Yes.
And so you would agree with me, I've looked at the situational reports for January 23 up to January 28th. There's no reference in them to the convoy causing major problems or to how long they're going to be in Ottawa. Is that record with your recollection?
I don't recall them speaking to the timelines or level of disruption.
Right, and I won't call up the documents, but just for the record, it is ONT 40 0260 to 0272. And it is only on January 29th, which is ONT 400273. Mr. Clerk, if we could please turn that up on page 1. And if we could just scroll down, please. Yeah, sorry, if you can just stop there. Thanks very much. Information received, so this is January 29th. Information received that the convoy protesters may stay in Ottawa for up to a month or longer if their demands are not met. So that's on Saturday when the convoy is already there. And so up until then, I did not see it referenced. So I take it only became relevant on the Saturday when they were already there. Is that right?
Well, that, I don't know about relevant, but that's maybe when whatever intelligence the enforcement community at MTO had became apparent.
And if I look at all of the operational updates prior to January 29th, all of them refer to the convoy, but don't note any particular concerns. There's a heading on those documents called Operational Updates and Impacts, and there's nothing of particular concern raised in any of them. Is that fair?
I would have to look at them, but I don't recall that being the case. And probably consistent with MTO's role for protests is we don't get the same level of intelligence that police do. So that might have been the understanding of those who were involved at the time.
Sure. I believe I've used my time, Mr. Commissioner. If I might have another, just a couple of minutes.
Sure.
Thank you very much. And I know on January 26, and I can call it up if you need it, but on the January 26 operational update, I saw on page 1, and it was ONT 400267, there's mention that one of the convoys there is about 135 kilometers length, but there doesn't seem to be any particular concern noted. Do you recall reading it? It's actually in the third paragraph, I'm sorry. And there doesn't seem to be any concern noted. MTO wasn't trying to stop it on the highway or slow it down or divert it.
Well, MTO wouldn't have that role again in a protest situation. Police would be the lead, and we would be there to assist. I don't know in any of these that the level of concern is ever indicated, and I was not involved in these early reports, so I'm seeing them, for the first time when we've pulled them up.
Sure. In fact, the operational plan of the MTO says officers will not be involved in the commercial vehicle traffic stops of people in the convoy, correct? That was the direction you had from the OPP?
Yes.
And MTO, I believe, says in their plans that they recognize the right to peaceful protest, which is what this was supposed to be, correct?
That's what we understood it to be.
I won't call it up, but there's reference to, and I don't believe you were at the meeting, but there was a tripartite meeting, and it's SSM, can.nsc 402676. On page 2 of 4, one of the issues raised, and I believe it was raised by Mayor Watson, was a request that the MTO, at that point, it was February 10th, get more involved, and noted that the MTO always sets up blitzes on 400 highways, but haven't done so in this case. Is that correct?
I would have to see the document, but are you asking, is his statement correct?
No, I'm asking, is that statement correct, that the MTO does do blitzes on Highway 400, on 400 series highways, but did not do so in this case?
MTO does do enforcement blitzes, not directly on the highways, but, near highways. In this case, we were asked not to do that type of work by police, by the OPP.
And sorry, just to finish off, I want to ask you a question regarding weigh scales. And one of the things considered by the MTO was to look at what Quebec did, because they had a convoy as well. And I understand they set up truck inspection stations, but Ontario chose not to do that. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
And the question was raised, and it is ONT 400092. The question was raised about whether weigh scales could be used to slow down the convoy, as was done in Quebec. But a decision was made not to do that in Ontario, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And it's on page 2, actually. Yeah. And I understand that under the Highway Traffic Act, MTO officers may stop vehicles and direct them to weigh stations, correct? You have that authority?
Yes.
And if weigh stations are open, trucks have to stop and be subject to inspection, check for weight, height, length, axles, proper class of license, etc.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, next is the Ontario Provincial Police.
Thank you, Commissioner. It's Janine Cabersi, and I have no questions.
Thank you. Counsel for former Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Commissioner. Tom Curry for former Chief Slowly, and we also have no questions.
Government of Saskatchewan.
Good evening, Mr. Freeman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Mike Morris, and I'm counsel for the Government of Saskatchewan. I just have a few questions for you.
Sure.
Mr. Freeman, I expect you're familiar with the Council of Ministers responsible for transportation and highway safety?
Yes.
And I understand that that council involves federal, provincial, and territorial ministers and officials. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there is an ADM level table for that council, correct?
Yes. Yep.
And do you sit on that ADM level table?
I don't in my current role, but I did in the role that I was in during the time of the protests.
And I'm interested in February of 2022 during the protests. So you did participate in that table at that time, correct?
Yes.
And am I correct that officials from the Government of Saskatchewan also participated in that table at that time?
Yes.
And this has been referenced already in your evidence, but I understand that there were meetings of the ADM level table on February 4th and 8th. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yes. And maybe just to clarify too, it wasn't a formal committee meeting, but members of the committee were meeting informally at the request of Transport Canada.
Yes, my understanding is that the meetings were organized by Transport Canada and they were specific. Is that fair?
Yes, it was. That was part of the purpose. Absolutely.
And these were effectively ad hoc meetings then. Is that what you're indicating?
Yes.
And they were organized then on relatively short notice?
Yes.
And then in your experience, such FPT meetings can be set up on very short notice. Is that fair?
Yes.
And can they even be set up on weekends if needed?
They add, certainly people can ask to meet on the weekend. Again, I don't know that formal committee meetings would ever occur, but informal meetings, I could imagine, could be called at any time.
And during those meetings on February 4th and February 8th that were set up on short notice and which were ad hoc meetings, you had good participation from the FPT representatives, did you not?
That's my recollection, yes.
I also understand that there was discussion at those meetings about, of course, this common strategy to deal with demonstrations on roadways, but that discussion was really about what might be accomplished with existing provincial and federal law. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that would be part of the conversation as well.
You'll correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that there was no discussion of the federal government potentially invoking the Emergencies Act at those meetings on February 4th or 8th, was there?
I don't recall it or see it in any meeting summaries, no.
That would have been a big deal if there was discussion of that nature, wouldn't it?
And maybe to clarify, this is ministries of transportation typically, so something like that might not be raised at that meeting because it's not necessarily a transportation tool, but yes, I would think it would be something we would remember and would report back on.
And in your view, would those meetings have been an appropriate forum for the potential invocation of the Federal Emergencies Act to be discussed? And I'm thinking particularly because you have MTO officers that may need to exercise certain responsibilities if the federal law was used and new responsibilities were placed on them.
I don't know. I don't know if I can answer whether it's fair or not. Certainly having time and awareness would be well, but I also know it's this is a very big instrument for the government the federal government to use, and I don't know that they would start with that group to speak to first.
If that information were made available to you, for example, on February 8th, it would have been valuable and you would have been pleased to receive it, correct?
I mean, it's the more information is always better, but I don't know if I would agree that we would expect to hear about the federal government choosing to invoke such a legislation or a tool at that type of meeting. That would be my sense. I don't know. I wouldn't expect to hear something like that in that committee.
It might be above your pay grade. Is that what you're indicating?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Okay, next, the government of Alberta, please.
Good evening. Honolora Yamamoto for the government of Alberta, and we have no questions.
Okay, thank you. The Democracy Fund, please.
Good evening. It's Alan Honor for the Democracy Fund. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd just like to ask you a few questions about tow trucks. Can we pull up ONT.403842? This is a document that my friend from the Government of Canada showed you earlier today.
Okay.
Pardon me, I'm sorry, I think that's not the right document.
403842.
I'm sorry, just bear with me for a moment, please. Sorry, that was 3842 ONT 40s 3842?
Yes, that's correct.
Sorry, can we try ONT 50s 179? I'm looking for an email here from Jason Boparazzi. That's it. Thank you very much. Okay, so as I was saying, this is a document that my friend from the Government of Canada showed you earlier today. If we look at the top of the second page, so if we can just scroll down there. What we see here, and actually, if you can just scroll up a little bit. Okay, so you see just up at the top, this is an email from Jason Baravi, and later in the text of the email, he says that the third towing company has dropped out and that you're now down to 10 tow trucks. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and if you just scroll down to page 3, a little bit lower. That's good. In the first point in this email, which is dated February 16th, we see that the 13 trucks are heavy tow trucks. Do you see that?
Yes.
So what you're down to now is 10 heavy tow trucks as opposed to 13 heavy tow trucks.
Yes.
Okay. And would you agree with me that if the companies were being compelled to provide tow truck services under the Emergencies Act or the measures available to them, they would not be able to drop out?
That's my understanding of the federal legislation, yes.
Right. And so this email suggests, when we read that somebody dropped out, that the 3 towing companies were providing their services willingly.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. The CLA, CCDL.
Good evening. Mr. Freeman, can you hear me all right?
I can.
My name is Colleen McEwen, and I'm counsel to the Criminal Lawyers Association and the Canadian Council of Criminal Defense Lawyers, 2 organizations with joint standing. I know I'm standing between everyone and dinner, so I'd like to ask you just a few questions about the role and the limitations of the Highway Traffic Act and the CVOR system. And I know my friends from the City of Ottawa and the CCLA have already asked you some related questions, so I'm going to try to be brief.
Okay.
You said in your witness statement and have repeated here that addressing protests is not the purpose of the Highway Traffic Act or its associated licensing tools. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Instead, the purpose of the HTA is to keep traffic flowing and keep the roads safe. Is that fair?
It's primarily a safety legislation, yes.
Okay. And you identified in your witness statement some of the provisions in the Highway Traffic Act that would make it an offense for individuals to block a highway. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to pull up your witness statement, but you identified a few provisions. Is that right?
Yes.
There's section 170 subsection 12, which prohibits parking or standing a vehicle in a way that interferes with traffic. Is that one of the sections?
Yep. Yes.
And then section 132, which prohibits unnecessarily slow driving that impedes or blocks traffic. Is that one?
That sounds right. Yep.
And then section 134.1, which authorizes police to direct the removal and storage of vehicles or debris blocking traffic.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And of course, you knew at the time that parking vehicles in the roadway was something that protesters did both in Ottawa and in Windsor. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's why you pointed to these particular provisions in your witness statement.
Yes, I think I maybe was asked for relevant provisions, but yes, that's why.
These are the ones that are responsive to that concern.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And you'd agree with me that blocking a road can interfere with keeping traffic flowing and keeping roads safe.
Yes.
Okay, and you told us a little bit today about some of the ways the HTA and associated licensing tools can't be sort of used properly. And for example, you explained that the MTO was concerned about delegitimizing the CVOR certificate system by misusing it in the context of civil disobedience. Do I have that right?
That was part of the concern, yes.
And the MTO took the position that the scheme couldn't be used to just cancel a CVOR certificate outright, at least not until the emergency order was in place.
That's right, not without the due process and the collecting of evidence and following the steps.
Right, that's the lengthy process that you sort of several council took you through, and sort of shortcutting that. That's the kind of action that would be a misuse of the CVOR scheme.
Yes.
Or a misuse of the demerit points scheme for outside the commercial trucking context.
Right.
But I take it that it's not the MTO's position that the police should refrain from laying charges under the Highway Traffic Act where appropriate, simply because this was a protest.
Well, I don't believe we have an opinion on what police do or don't do. That's up to police in the context of the situation that they're dealing with.
Right, because that's a policing decision, whether or not to lay charges, whether it's an appropriate situation, whether there are other concerns. That's a policing decision, not a decision that comes from the MTO.
That's right.
Okay, but so police deciding to lay charges under the HTA, that's not something that would be the kind of misuse that the MTO was concerned about.
Correct.
And so should the commission understand your comments about the role of the HTA as being related specifically to the suggestion that perhaps the MTO could get involved and cancel licenses or cancel CVOR schemes? So I guess my question is your comment about the limited use of the HTA specifically responsive to that sort of suggestion that was being made perhaps by Transport Canada as they tried to understand the scheme, perhaps by commentators in the media? So should we understand your comment in light of those suggestions?
Yes, it was more specific to what MTO should do, not an opinion on what police should or shouldn't do.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
No.
Okay, well, I just have a couple of quick questions. Just in terms of the demerit system, you talked about the problem that the regulation of trucks and their CVROR is provincial.
Yes.
Is there no mechanism for transferring demerit points from one province to another if a vehicle from another province, a truck, incurs offenses of some sort?
No, there is. So my understanding is convictions that would happen in one jurisdiction are shared with the home jurisdiction and would go on their record there. What doesn't happen is the points that are accumulated on our on Ontario carrier. There's no. Sorry, I'm not doing a very good job explaining this. To really quickly to better answer the question, if there's a conviction that happens in Ontario, another jurisdiction would report that on their carrier's record.
So I'm trying to understand what the problem was because of trucks from outside of Ontario. You'd mentioned that was a problem, and I'm not understanding it.
Well, so if we took action specifically, we can only take action from a sanctioning action on Ontario carriers, meaning we can only suspend Ontario carriers' CVOR. We don't have the ability to remove or suspend the licensing of an out-of-province carrier. We can, if police make lay charges and there's convictions in Ontario, that would go on their home record. But what that province does and how that impacts their license in that jurisdiction, Ontario has no control over. Does that help clarify?
It doesn't. I would expect the consequences are probably fairly similar from one province to another if there are an accumulation of offenses.
Absolutely. I would think that they would be somewhat similar from province to province, although I can't speak to what other provinces have. The suggestion was more in response to, at the time, there was a suggestion, well, why don't we just cancel their or suspend their CVORs or equivalent in other provinces? And the point that was being made is Ontario doesn't have the power to suspend or cancel other provinces' abilities to operate.
I understand that, but I think I also understood you to say Ontario didn't have that power either without going through charges and et cetera. So
yeah. This is true. I don't know that we were trying to say anything other than that it's, we have control over the Ontario population of carriers. We do not have oversight of out of province carriers.
I guess I might not agree in the sense that you have the same oversight. You're supposed to supervise and charge them and make sure that they're behaving in the same way an Ontario carrier would.
Well, police would lay charges or our enforcement officers for specific infractions, but the role of the registrar or the deputy registrar in sanctioning them only applies to Ontario carriers. Maybe that's a better way to describe it.
Okay, I understand that. Now, one of the things I wanted to also understand is the emergency regulation in Ontario. It provided powers with respect to the licenses, the CVROR. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, what's the process there? Is it a charge to which they will then have to go to court and they have a right to appeal? And
specifically with the emergency order, there was no rights to appeal. It was a direct sanction that the registrar could apply.
So it's suspension immediate, which is the difference with a process of. And the emergency order, you said at one point that there was no provision with respect to tow trucks in Ontario's order.
Related, I think specifically, I think I was referring to direct that tow truck must comply or any sort of indemnification.
Yeah, so there was nothing in the emergency order in Ontario?
Correct.
And do you know if if your ministry had requested that be included?
I don't recall a request on that.
Do you know if anyone else requested, any other ministry or police requested?
I don't know.
Okay, those are my questions. Thanks very much for your testimony and thank you for accommodating the commission by switching. That's much appreciated. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So we are complete for today and we will come back tomorrow morning at 9:30 and we hope well, it'll be a fairly long day tomorrow again, but nothing new there. Adjourn till tomorrow morning at 9:30.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.